participating in our community with annual local fundraisers, offering individual attention in a modern banking atmosphere with a trusted local company. Gulf Coast Bank invested in technology with a local touch, giving our customers the power to bank anywhere, anytime.
We're building relationships through personal service as a bank that cares about you.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Good morning. My name is Paul Richard. I will serve as your program moderator today. I am a commercial realtor with NAI Latter & Bloom and a member of the New Orleans Commercial Investment Division. On behalf of Gulf Coast Bank, our title sponsor, and the boards of CID and NOMAR and its 5,000 plus members, we welcome you to the 10th Annual Economic and Real Estate Symposium. We'd like to thank our sponsors, Louisiana Realtors, LACDB, and NAI Latter & Bloom, as well as our 2020 CID chapter sponsors, which are listed in the digital program, digital booklet that was sent to you. We have an exciting and informative program today with an extraordinary group of speakers. Our theme for this year's forecast is the New Orleans economy, pivoting to the new normal. Of course, given the global pandemic context of today, that theme is indeed applicable in any city in the world. On tap today, we will continue our discussion of the economy and the business and political dynamic of the real estate market today. We'll look at the current real estate cycle. We'll hear from an economist, a demographer, a few bankers, and we'll get some insights regarding the hospitality and planning in the city of New Orleans today. We'll tackle a number of fundamental questions, just like yesterday. With COVID-19, has there been a fundamental or perceptual shift in the marketplace? What does the new normal look like? And then what is the short and long-term outlook for the market? By the end of the day, I hope you can decide from your own perspective what kind of market we're in today, and at the very least, have a sharper focus on where this market could be heading. Just a few housekeeping notes. Please refer to your program booklet for speaker bios and a list of our sponsors. If you'd like CE credit, throughout the program you'll be asked a series of questions, just like yesterday. It's very important that you answer the questions because that will indicate that you're actually on the program. Not answering the question could jeopardize your CE credits. Of course, as you know, this course will count for 4 hours of real estate continuing education. Poll questions will be asked at various times throughout the course. To receive credit, you must answer all the questions. You may ask questions throughout the program using the Q&A model that you would find at the bottom of your screen. You should see your first poll question on the screen now. Simply place the black dot inside one of the circles. No need to press enter or submit. If you cannot see the poll questions or having trouble answering, you can let us know in the Q&A tab and the team here will help you. Again, you must answer all the poll questions to receive credit. As mandated by LREC, we will take a 10-minute break per hour. Throughout the day, we may shorten that because we have a number of videos that we'll be playing in between. It will all add to 10 minutes, but just pay attention. And we're going to be presenting a mix of videos that you might find interesting and informative. We hope you enjoy the program today. Again, please bear with us. This is the first time we're doing a virtual program. And as always, we are open to suggestions on speakers and topics for next year. So let's get started. Please help me welcome Professor Stephen Sheffrin, who is the Professor of Economics and Director of the Murphy Institute at Tulane University. And his talk today will be on New Orleans, the shape of the new economy. Dr. Sheffrin.
Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to speak to you virtually. We've been doing this a lot at Tulane recently, and we've gotten a little bit better at it, but it's still a little difficult, and I sort of missed just seeing everyone out in the audience, so welcome today. What I'm going to do today is sort of try to answer the big questions and cover a lot of different ground. And the big question we're all asking is how will life be different? And from the economic and fiscal point of view, will the long-run shape of the economy differ dramatically after this recession recovers? And furthermore, will the actions that we're taking today have itself long-lasting impacts? Let me just start by reminding everyone that this recession was not your normal recession. It's obviously the largest since the Great Depression, but of course it was health-induced. We deliberately decided to slow down the economy. In contrast, in the past, we've had the Federal Reserve has put the brakes on the economy to stop inflation. We've had financial instability, both in the tech sector and in the real estate sector and the banking sector. We've had oil price shocks and so forth. Most of those affect either particular sectors. Often they'll affect the tech or trade, manufacturing. But this time we have actually affected the service sector, or at least a part of the service sector. And so it's a very unusual recession. Now, the good news, as most of you are aware now, is that we're recovering from this recession a lot faster than we were recovering from the 2008 recession. In August, we had an interesting unemployment surprise. We had 8.4% unemployment rate, and everyone was quite pleased with that. In fact, now, of course, it's gone down to 7.9%. So if you think about where we were before, at 14.9%, this is a really, really rapid recovery, and I think we should all be, kind of grateful for that. To start off, I'm going to just give you two different forecasts that were a couple months apart. In the middle of the summer, the Congressional Budget Office put out its forecast for the next year and for the next several years up to 2030. And they were basically at that point thinking that over the 2020, I mean, the growth was going to be about 6% less for the year, and unemployment would be 10.5%. Now, of course, as soon as they put the forecast out, within a month or two, things were in much better shape. But even this forecast back in, I think it was late June or so, had unemployment going down below 6% within a couple of years. And so everyone was predicting some recovery, but it wasn't clear how fast it was going to be. But back in June or so, people were a little bit more pessimistic. We move ahead. This is from the Federal Reserve's forecast. This is the consensus of the Federal Reserve policymakers from about a month ago or so. And you can see from this forecast that they're projecting for the entire 2020 that GDP is only going to fall by 3.7%. Now, that's not great, of course, but it's much smaller than we would have thought before. In June, they were closer to the CBO with a 6.5% negative forecast. Moreover, their unemployment rate forecast looks like it's going to be spot on. They're projecting a 7.6% unemployment rate for the end of this year, the fourth quarter, and I think that's probably accurate given we're at 7.5 now. Now, if you look across the bottom row of that table, you can see what the unemployment rate forecasts are for the next couple of years. So by 2023, they're down to 4.0% unemployment. And if that were true, it would be kind of extraordinary because we were at 3.7% unemployment, just below 4% before the whole pandemic started back in February. And if we could recover within 2.5 years, that would be remarkable. Unfortunately, for the reasons I'm about to talk about, I think this forecast from the Fed is a little too optimistic. So let me tell you why I'm a little more pessimistic about how fast we're going to recover after this year, and why things like unemployment might be a little higher. So the recession had some very uneven impacts, and those uneven impacts are going to have long-term structural effects on the economy. And I'm going to talk about three different types of effects. I'm going to talk about large versus small firms, some long-term structural changes in the economy, and the uneven impact of the fiscal impact on different states and different cities. And then after I finish this, I'll talk about some of our macro responses, both on the fiscal side and on the monetary side. So let me start then by talking about the small versus large firms. A little hard, if you look at the graph at the bottom, you can sort of see this is the drop in percentage change in employment by firm size. And as you go across, you can see the larger firms just did a lot better in terms of reducing employment. And that's true in most sectors of the economy. It was particularly true, for example, in the restaurant sector, where in June it was a total disaster, April was a total disaster, but even by June it was still down 50%. And this general theme, of course, people have seen across other sectors as well, not just restaurants. So in general, smaller firms were harder hit than larger firms. The PPP program did help a little bit, but again, the smaller firms just don't have the access to credit and the flexibility to make things work. Now, when we think about structural changes, we all have our speculations about what's going to happen. I'm just going to give you 3 little examples about things that could change dramatically. First is think of a conference like this. Normally there's 400 people that are signed up. You'd all be in New Orleans. Many of you would be staying in hotels and eating out and so forth. All that's going away. Now, there are some conveniences for this, right? You're saving money on your hotels. You probably have more access to more conferences. Yesterday, I was in a seminar at NYU in New York in the early afternoon, late afternoon. I was on one in New Orleans, right? So it was very easy to engage in new enterprises and see new people, but it does change the way we do business. Another example is the way we think about retail stores. I noticed many years ago that many luxury outlets like Tiffany's and so forth would have their big stores in big cities, but in smaller places like Aspen or so forth, they have a little token store where you could just go in and they have a few items on display. You maybe could return a few things and look at their catalogs, but it wasn't a full-tail retail presence. I think that's going to happen more and more now, that the larger companies are going to do more inventory, hold more inventories. The smaller stores and malls are going to have just little places where you can go in, maybe return things, have minimal inventories. And that's going to really change the way we do retail. And larger retail, of course, larger companies have been hit pretty hard, JCPenney, Nordstrom's, and so forth. And so that's one change we're going to see. So the full service retail is going to be very, very different than it was before, at least for a few years. Another thing is online education. We're a little bit better at this now than we were a few years ago. People are a little less fearful of it. They know some of its strengths and weaknesses, and it's possible to improve over time. And so when you do online education, though, it's not clear why you want 100 different schools doing online education. Why not have the 10 best if everyone's going to be online anyway? Why not use the 10 schools with the 10 best professors? So there could be some real consolidation in industries, which I think is going to be very likely, not just in education, but in other ones as well. One measure of this is what the private sector thinks when you look at where they think they're going to be expanding or not. For a number of years, the University of Chicago has done a survey where they asked firms, how many people do you expect to hire this year and what are your sales going to be? And then what they calculate is how much reallocation across firms there is just in terms of prediction, like how many firms are going to go up in sales, how many firms are going to go down in sales, employment, and so forth. And if you look over the last 4 years, up until the pandemic, you can see that there was a normal level of kind of job reallocation. But if you look at to the right of that picture, I think we just lost the picture here for a second.
What just happened there?
There we go.
I'm sure what just happened there.
Okay. If you look to the right of the picture that just emerged, you can sort of see that firms are expecting a lot more of reallocation. So firms are knowing that the jobs are shifting from some firms to other firms, some industries to other industries. And so, oops, that was me, I think. So this was based on survey questions that people were asked about sales and staffing. And the rate of job allocation that people were predicting was expected to more than double. And the rate of sales allocation was meant to quadruple. Now, what does this mean? Well, when more people change jobs, people take time between jobs to look for new jobs. They may have to move across the country. They may take some time off. And so in the past, when this has happened in the U.S. economy, unemployment has been higher because of this structural reallocation. And typically, when we've had periods of large structural reallocation, for example, after oil price shocks back in the 70s, unemployment stayed permanently high by a couple percentage points. So that's my suggestion, is that instead of the 4% that the Fed is predicting that we're going to see in terms of unemployment, we're actually going to see something 5 to 6% unemployment as a new normal, just because there's more reallocation across sectors. That also has a consequence, is that the so-called high-pressure economy, where we had very low unemployment rates, and that firms were scrambling in order to get workers is going to end. And that's going to have some adverse effects at the lower end of the distribution, because when unemployment is very low, it's minorities, it's low-income people, it's low-skilled people that benefit the most from these changes. Let me pick up this theme a little further. There were some economists at MIT that looked a little more carefully about what the nature of automation and the pandemic was going to do to the demand for low-wage workers in particular. And this picture is a little drone delivering a package, right? And that's starting to happen now, not everywhere, but it's starting to happen. But that's an example of the type of automation we might see, and the COVID crisis has actually pushed this up. The people at MIT basically had 4 different areas where they thought that the automation and post-COVID, we would see important changes that would change the demand for low-skilled workers. There's more telepresence, like more conferences like we're having now. There might be more urban dedensification, less need to locate in downtown New York City, in downtown New Orleans, and maybe spread out in the suburbs a little more. And if that happens, there's less need for maintenance and workers that service those buildings. There's probably going to be more employment concentration in larger firms. We've already seen that. And those firms tend to automate more. And then there's certain changes that we're already seeing now. For example, there are fewer ticket takers. Now you scan your ticket, right? And things like that, which will be accelerated because of COVID. Now, this affects a large segment of the labor force. Basically, over 25% of all workers are in kind of the service industries that could be affected by that. Nearly 10% in the food preparation and transportation. Add them all up, it's a quarter of the labor force. And if you have a decrease in demand for their services, you're either going to have fewer jobs or lower wages. And that's going to exacerbate some of the trends that unfortunate trends that we've seen in the U.S. economy over the last 15 years. So let me just switch a little bit to talk about state and local governments. This obviously has been the main conflict point for Congress in trying to come up with a second COVID relief package. And I think the basic reason is that states and cities have had very, very different impacts from the crisis. So it's harder to build coalitions. And why do they differ? Well, they differ for a number of reasons. Some states, in particular, had built up large rainy day funds or had large balances on hand. And so they could weather this storm a little bit better. Other sectors, other states were hit by the type of shocks that were affected. And other places financed differently. And so let me just talk a little bit about each of these. Here's a map from Moody's, and red means that the states suffer a lot. The green means that they suffer much less. And if you look around, it's not really red versus blue. It's actually red versus green, right? But the red is not necessarily the Democratic states and all. It varies. California, for example, was actually hit pretty hard just in terms of the size of the shock, but they had large rainy day fund balances available. Jerry Brown, the previous governor, had really been frugal, and there was a lot of balances in California. Illinois, for example, had basically the same size shocks as California, but you notice Illinois is red and California is green. And Louisiana, of course, was hit by a number of factors, oil, tourism, and so forth, and we're red. But Texas, next door, is green, largely because they finance things a little bit differently. In order to get a little more insight into this, if we look at the cities, and maybe we can blow this up a little bit, there are certain, if you look at the cities that are affected the most, those are the ones to the left. Rochester, New York, Buffalo, Syracuse, they're the ones affected the most. Then right below those, kind of New York City, New Orleans, Orlando. And at the bottom, the cities that were affected the least were some of the Texas cities. So why was there such a difference across cities from these shocks? Well, one is that, particularly in New York State, a lot of the cities like Rochester and Syracuse, New York City, depended upon state money being given to the cities, sort of fiscal grants to the cities. And obviously when the state's affected, the state's not giving out fiscal grants to the cities. So they're affected very, very badly. So New York City and Buffalo are examples of that. A second would be if tourism or entertainment was your base for the city. So Orlando, New Orleans, Las Vegas, Honolulu, right? These are going to be affected very badly because the type of shock that occurred was the type of shock that hit these cities the most. And the third issue is what type of finance system do you have? So if you rely on sales tax or gambling, that is not very robust. So Baton Rouge, New Orleans, Detroit, in various ways rely on combinations of some gambling and a lot of sales tax. Louisiana in particular is a very sales tax intensive state for the cities, unlike most places across the country, so we're affected the most. The least affected places, Texas cities. Texas relies on the property tax, and the property tax has not been going down. It's been very robust, and real estate's doing reasonably well. We're not seeing any falls in prices, so we're not going to see even any future necessarily decreases in assessments. So because of the way that they finance, Texas cities are actually doing pretty well. That's not something we can change overnight, though, for here, unfortunately. So let me just turn to my last topic here, which would be the kind of lasting effects of our fiscal and monetary policy. And we've done two things during this recession. We spent an awful lot of money, new money, and of course during a recession in general, when it's a severe recession, tax revenues go down. So the combination of spending more and taking in less means that your deficits go way up. And so remember, deficit's the gap between what you're spending and what you're taking in. We already had large deficits, and they're going to be a lot bigger, as we'll see. And the federal debt is simply just the total of all past deficits in the future. So in addition to expanding our deficits, we also had some very aggressive policy action by the Fed and a shift in orientation of inflation. We're kind of expected the Fed to act this way because they did in the 2009 recession, and they did again this time. They acted pretty quickly. On the other hand, just recently they've changed their views about how they're going to deal with inflation, and they basically promise to keep interest rates low until they see inflation, not until they just anticipate inflation. So talking about the fiscal side first, one good measure of fiscal, sort of how much fiscal stimulus is out there, is how much debt there is to GDP. And based on forecasts that I looked at from this Congressional Budget Office before and after the recession, we've increased our debt to GDP ratio, which is the measure economists like to use, by about 10% because of the fall in taxes and the added spending for COVID. If you look to the left, that little peak on the left is World War II. The total ratio of debt to GDP was 106%, meaning basically the debt was equal to a whole year's worth of GDP. We're actually going to reach that in the next couple of years. We're going to actually reach that level. So we're going to be at where debt to GDP ratio was for the peak of World War II when we were borrowing all that money. And this trend was going on anyway, but the COVID and the COVID spending and the recession added another maybe 10 points to this. If you take a broader picture, though, and here I'm going back now to the 1790s. Today with the Confirmation, we're hearing a lot about the Constitution. So here's the data from the early founding of the Republic, and you can see during the Civil War, World War I, World War II, debt to GDP ratio kind of went up. But if you look to the right of the picture, you can sort of see from before that with the pandemic, as I said before, we're right at World War II levels. And if you project out 20 years or 30 years to the future to 2050, then all of a sudden we're at a debt to GDP ratio, which the Congressional Budget Office says will be almost close to 200% of GDP. Now that's a large number, a large projection even for the Congressional Budget Office. They increased it recently because they felt growth might be slower after the pandemic. But they've been projecting things like this for a while, and it's not just because of recessions. It's largely because our healthcare spending keeps increasing at a rapid rate. It's because of the aging of the population and because of Social Security. And so this suggests to me that this is not stable, right? Something is going to have to change over the next couple of years. The COVID crisis makes this worse, but it doesn't change the fundamental picture that was there. So these are the questions that people ask now. People have been asking these for the last 10 years or so. So, for example, with the debt going up, will we have to will the Fed have to raise interest rates, or will interest rates simply rise because there's so much debt out there? Will the dollar depreciate as the U.S. both increases the amount of debt out there and perhaps puts more money into the system as the Fed buys that debt? will we have to have higher tax increases in the future to not let the debt to GDP ratio accelerate? And eventually, will the Fed's action to monetize some of this debt lead to higher inflation? Now, my answer to those questions is yes for all, but of course I've been saying this for the last 10 years. So I don't think this is imminent, but I do think this is an issue which is can't be ignored. So if we're thinking about longer term situations, then this is going to happen, and the longer term sometimes comes faster than you think. Now, some people have looked over to Japan and saying, well, look, Japan has had higher debt to GDP ratios. They're closer to 200. But so why can't we be a model like that? Well, there's a couple different reasons why we can't really beat Japan. First, Japan has much higher internal savings than we do. Their people save a lot more money. It goes into their postal service, which buys bonds. We don't do that. Second, they're running, because they save so much, they also run a trade surplus, so they lend to the rest of the world. They're not borrowing from the rest of the world with our large trade deficits the way we do. And fourth, if you look at Japan, ever since they had their big financial crisis in the late 90s, their economic growth has been tepid, almost close, very, very barely above zero over this period in per capita terms. And so for 30 years, they've had terrible growth, and we don't want to emulate what that growth is. So let me just give you some final thoughts and try to take it a little bit close to home, and then I'll be glad to answer any questions or thoughts you have. First point I want to make is that the U.S. will recover and make it through this very large fiscal shock faster than we thought. And so that's good to know. For people who aren't in particular sectors, then that's kind of a reassuring thought. So it's not the Great Depression. It was very scary back in the spring, both for medical reasons and economic reasons. For economic reasons, it's not quite as scary now. On the other hand, there will be these structural changes that I talked about. We're going to do business in different ways, and we all have our ideas about which industries will be affected. But the thing is, business now knows it will be affected in different ways, and people are actively planning to restructure. There's not one organization, whether it's a university or a business now, that's not thinking about how they need to restructure. That's going to mean changes of employment, changes to the way they deploy capital, and so forth. And in particular, at the lower end of the market, where we see kind of service-intensive industries that are food preparation, transportation, upkeep, maintenance, and so forth, that's going to be a hard hit. I think those changes will accelerate, the COVID will accelerate those automation changes that were going on before, and that's going to create some real issues for not just those sectors, but for the rest of us as we think about how to alleviate the pressures there. The second issue is we should be prepared for important fiscal actions that will have to be taken. New Orleans has already started with the furloughs right now, but there's going to be a lot more. The cities on the first round of COVID funding, the state of Louisiana was basically able to get through the year without making too many cuts. I was a little surprised by that, but Jay Darden and the people in his Department of Administration were very clever about reallocating funds, and so the New Orleans budget, Louisiana budget wasn't too bad. But it's not, unless there's more funds for next year, there's going to be deeper cuts. And the cities weren't protected as well. And because New Orleans relies both on tourism and on sales tax and so forth and gambling, that's going to be a severe issue for New Orleans. So I would expect to be on your radar to see more adjustments and more fiscal actions for both Louisiana and New Orleans. You're seeing some of it now. You're especially going to see it as budget season comes up in the spring. Now that will also depend on national developments and how Congress is and what the president is and what can get through. So some of this is could be alleviated, but I think it's still going to be difficult to deal with all the problems facing all the states and all the cities. Last few quickly points. There's a longer-term contraction for lower-end service sector jobs. It's a long-term trend, and small businesses are going to be squeezed more. It's going to be very difficult for small businesses. We can try to do policies for that. It's going to be very difficult. And then finally, I think that not immediately, but over the next 10 years or so, I'd worry about interest rates rising. I worry about inflation rising. And I think that's going to have to happen if you look at the fiscal dynamics. So let me stop here, and I'll be glad to take any questions or thoughts.
Dr. Sheffrin, I was intrigued by the two terms, structural changes and differential stress. Clearly, if what you're saying holds true for the nation, it will likely hold true for New Orleans. And New Orleans is a city of small business with a very high percentage of low-wage and service sector employees. How do you see what's happening nationally relating to what could happen or is happening in the city of New Orleans now?
Right. So, if I had to describe a scenario which was the most devastating, I would talk about, small businesses, talk about service sector, and so forth. I think New Orleans is going to have to rethink the way they do things. I think, if you look around now, some of the restaurants have come back to some degree. But there's been a number of closures, a number of stores on. If you drive down Magazine Street, for example, you see a number of store closures more than usual and so forth. So I think that's going to take a little time for it to work out. I think people are getting a little more venturesome in going out. I think the big issue, I think locals were able to support things. I think the question is whether the conventions and the tourism, where they come back. I'm a little more worried about on the fiscal side right now, how they adjust. But these changes that I talked about nationally do have an impact in New Orleans, and we have to kind of face up to that.
New Orleans is clearly a sales tax-driven economy, and we're at 10% now. Given the differential stress and the likely structural changes, and then comparing that to the Texas-based cities that you were noting were doing well because they had a property tax base, should we anticipate an increase in property tax based on what the lack of sales tax dollars that we're seeing over the next couple of years?
Well, of course, at some point, the voters have to weigh in on that.
Of course.
I think, though,
Could that be one of the structural
that
changes
could be one
necessary?
that could be one of the structural changes, and there's a number of Louisiana in general, New Orleans in particular, has a lot of properties that are off the rolls, and this has been an issue that's been around for a long time. And so we have a high homeowners exemption in Louisiana. We have a lot of nonprofit properties that don't pay the property tax, and so all these are very difficult changes. They're part of they're in the Constitution. They're difficult legislatively. A couple of years ago, on our fiscal commission in Baton Rouge, I suggested some property tax changes, and everyone smiled, but no one really picked them up. So, but those are things I think that we could really think about. Like in California, where I was from originally, the locals governments maybe got 1.5 points on the sales tax. They didn't get like 5%. Right. And so that was a really big difference. They relied much more on that. So I think fiscally, I think that's going to be something that the city and the state needs to think about, and that could be a change. Because if you're not having people coming in for the sporting events, if the Saints do play at LSU this next couple of weeks, all that matters for the city.
Okay. We had one question from the audience.
We're a little frozen, but they can hear the audio.
Okay. One audience member asked the question, will hard assets, will they likely deflate in value, given what we know now?
I don't think so. I think hard assets will not deflate. I think if you look overall, that even by all the forecasts, whether it's the CBO's forecast or the Fed's forecast or Moody's or Goldman Sachs, people are predicting the economy is not going to look that different than it say did in the mid 80s or something like that in terms of unemployment and so forth. So I don't see any real pressure like that. If anything, hard assets. So normally hard assets would deflate if you had Depression era pressures, but I don't really see that at all. If anything, I see it the opposite way. I see the liquidity coming into the economy, propping up things, leading eventually potentially to higher inflation.
I was particularly intrigued by the graph that showed the debt to GDP ratio, and we could hit that ratio could be as high as it was in the peak of World War II. what does that really mean for the economy? What happens at that point?
Nothing really happens at that point. I mean, you know, as people in the real estate business know, debt is part of doing business, right? And so, but you need to have debt relative to your income. And so at some point, though, if the rest of the world gets a little bit tired of holding the U.S. debt, which could happen at some point, and if the interest rates start to rise, for example, and we have a lot of this is publicly held debt,
Right.
then the interest payments the federal government's going to have to make, make them be very large. That exacerbates the whole thing, and you'll have to raise taxes to some degree for that. There'll be a temptation then for the Fed to purchase, like we're doing now, purchasing a lot of the new debt. That's called monetizing the debt. And when that gets kind of extreme, that tends to be a recipe for inflation. So inflation is another way of taxing away this debt. Another way is other taxes. But at some point, most people think that there's going to be taxes are going to have to be raised to kind of service the debt. So I look at that debt to GDP ratio rising as an indication, a future indication of either higher taxes or slightly higher inflation.
Inflation, okay. Last question. If you could see the future, what do you see happening for New Orleans and Louisiana in the next couple of years?
I think I'm an optimist on these things. I think we're going to have to prepare for a couple of very slow years. I think we're going to have to rethink about how we do meetings and conventions, how our hotels are structured. And so it's going to be a little bit painful, but I do think that people will want to travel. No one wants it. People don't want to be cooped up. People will want to travel. And if we can have meetings which are kind of safe and friendly and maybe not quite as dense as they were before, we can make this work.
Okay. Professor Sheffrin, I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
Okay.
Some great insight. Audience, we do know that the video is frozen, and they are working on it now. We will go to a break, technical and otherwise, and hope to have this back on when we come back from break. You'll now see a couple videos, and when we come back, there will also be a poll question. So we'll see you in a few.
They could hear you, they just couldn't see you, which is not
Okay,
something
very
I've
good.
ever-
Thank you very much.
I
have ever-
wanted to ask you, I think I mentioned it as you
Ryan Pierce here, 2020 Board President of CID.
On behalf of the board, I'd like to thank all of our sponsors and attendees for joining our 10th annual Economic and Real Estate Forecast Symposium. For those of you not familiar with CID, we're the Commercial Investment Division of NOMAR. We strive to be the voice of commercial real estate brokerage industry, as well as provide value to our members with relevant CE, networking opportunities, scholarships, and a discounted rate for Louisiana commercial database. If you're not a member already, I highly suggest that you join. And thank you again for joining our 2020 Real Estate Forecast Symposium.
Hello, I am Norman Morris, CEO of the Louisiana Realtors, and we proudly support a variety of events for commercial members and affiliates throughout the state. Louisiana Realtors is your professional trade association established to assist both residential and commercial practitioners. We are the voice of real estate when it comes to political advocacy, professional development, and discounted business services. We also provide management and support services to the Louisiana CCIM chapter and IREM Louisiana chapter. For over 100 years, Louisiana Realtors has been at the forefront of crafting laws and policies to ensure that you, your business, and your interest are fully protected. We are privileged to have aided in passing or defeating several actions for commercial practitioners, including the following: enacting a commercial lien law, protecting the ability for 1031 exchanges to continue to occur, prohibiting transfer taxes on commercial transactions, defeating attempts to lengthen the eviction process in Louisiana. We've assisted in extending the historic tax credits in Louisiana. We've also worked with the Louisiana Real Estate Commission to provide a commercial-geared alternative course for the 4-hour mandatory CE requirement each year. And lastly, we've defeated attempts to place a tax on real estate commissions and on your realtor professional services. I hope you have a better picture of what we do as your trusted partner in commercial real estate. We invite you to utilize our website, larealtors.org, to stay up to date with the latest news in the industry, to be reminded of upcoming events, and to read more about the benefits we offer to our members. We know and value your role as key connectors to the economic growth and development of our communities, and you can count on us to be the advocates for your success. Thank you so very much.
Good morning. Ladder & Bloom is proud to again be a sponsor of the 10th Annual Economic and Real Estate Symposium. I believe the theme of this conference is right on point, pivoting to a new normal. As we all know, there has been nothing normal about 2020. COVID, elections, the collapse of our tourism economy. In fact, 2020 will likely go down as the most disruptive year in our history. Our understanding of normal continues to evolve. The only certain today is uncertainty. And that's why it's important for Ladder & Bloom to sponsor and be part of this informational conference. And who would have thought that during COVID, we've seen the highest sales volume in residential sales in years? Hopefully, the presentations you hear today will add to your personal perspective on what's happening now, and for some, insight into a very uncertain future. New Orleans and its people are resilient. I am confident that as a community, we will adjust and redefine what New Orleans means to each of us. We are so glad to be a part of this event, and here's to a productive 2021. Thank you.
Okay, we're back. While I'm introducing our next speaker, we will put up another poll question, so please make sure you answer the question. Our next speaker is Allison Plyer, who is the Chief Demographer for the Data Center in New Orleans. She will speak to the DNA of the demographics of the Metropolitan New Orleans area. Should be quite interesting. So take it away, Allison.
Much, Paul. It's great to be here. I've been a participant in this symposium and always valued the data and the incredible insights. And so it's an honor to be invited to speak. So thank you. I'm going to speak about some significant demographic shifts in the New Orleans area and the nation writ large. But I also saw that there wasn't anyone addressing some COVID statistics. I know we kind of all swim in COVID statistics, so I had just a few to present that I thought would be relevant. I actually did my doctorate at the School of Public Health at Tulane, so and of course worked to actually have a master's in public health as well. So I thought I'd leverage that. First, I'm just going to talk about demography in general. This is a slide of the national population of the United States from the 2010 census. And you can see the age brackets down the left side. And then at the bottom, you can see the race breakouts, right? And so you can see, if you take a look, I'll just kind of point to folks, you know, during that time frame, 65 and older, you can just kind of eyeball it and see, wow, a lot more folks were white than either Black, Asian, other, or Hispanic of that age group, right? And then when we look at the lower age group, say below 35, in 2010, we had a lot more folks of color, right? Either Black, Asian, other, Hispanic. So we always say that demography is destiny. And that is because there's one undeniable truth, and that is next year, you are going to be 1 year older. There's no way around it. I mean, God willing, you'll be 1 year older, right? Because the only other alternative is to pass away. So all of us next year will be 1 year older, God willing, and 5 years after that, we'll be 5 years older, right? And so we can literally predict the demography of our nation very, very accurately by simply looking at the demographic breakout of any given year. So this chart in 2020, we would expect to simply see everyone who was less than 5 years old at the bottom there. They're going to be between 10 and 15, right? And it just bumps up the ranks. Of course, migration plays a role, but it plays a very, very small role in the demographic makeup of our nation. And so what this means is we can look and see that women of childbearing age are a lot more diverse than they were in previous decades. So a lot of children will be of color as well. Currently, today, more than half of all babies born are non-white. So this is a demographic destiny that our nation can absolutely be certain of. And again, as I said, immigration plays a very small role year to year. Of course, immigration plays a large role over a very, very long term, like decades and decades, but in a given single decade, it plays a very small role. So we know what our demographics will look like in future. And we did a projection of what that would look like for the metropolitan New Orleans area. And what we see is that Metro New Orleans will become what's called majority minority faster than the US even. The US is predicted to reach that benchmark by about 2040, give a year or two depending on immigration. But for New Orleans, we did these projections based simply on the age and race structure of the metro area, factoring in birth rates by women of childbearing age, age-specific death rates, right? And we could see what the future looks like. You can look down at the bottom and see the decades from between 2000 and 2010. We lost a large share of the African-American population in the metro, mostly from New Orleans. And that's that sort of top tier group there in darker green. But if you look at the middle green group, that's Hispanic, Latino. It grew substantially during that decade, right? And so again, we look at who will be aging and dying, who will be having children, and we can project, even with absolutely no immigration to our metro area, that the metro will be roughly will reach the benchmark of majority minority by about 2030. Again, we have had some immigration in the New Orleans metro area. And so that would bump up these numbers even faster because a lot of those folks have been Latino. And what we've seen is that the number of Hispanics have grown in every single parish in New Orleans since 2000. In Jefferson, of course, that population has doubled. But you can see here, St. Tammany, the population has tripled. In every single parish, there's been growth in the number of Latinos. So this is going to cause, it has caused already a significant demographic shift and will continue to do so, even if there's no additional immigration into the area. So we can look at sort of the percents by race for each of the parishes in the nation. And we compare back to 2000, of course, because that's a pre-Katrina benchmark, Katrina having caused some pretty substantial shifts. And so here you can see Orleans Parish, of course, has lost a share of its Black population during that time frame, but gained in Hispanics and Asians. Jefferson has gained in Black population, Asian and Hispanic, particularly notably. Plaquemines has gained in Hispanic population and Asian. St. Bernard has almost tripled its Black population or share of population that is Black, and actually has done a lot of work, as you probably know, in terms of real estate activity to try to encourage a diverse set of folks to settle in St. Bernard. And of course, their Hispanic population has increased as well. And then looking at the other parishes in the metro, we see increases of Hispanics in St. Charles and large increases of Black population in St. John the Baptist. And then St. Tammany has increased in terms of Black Hispanic as well. So these are the kind of trends that are important to be aware of. A lot of times we build our business networks homogeneously. And so realizing how diversity is changing our nation and our region, it's a good way to think about, like, how can I have a more heterogeneous business network to make sure I'm tapping into additional markets? And I think St. Bernard has done some really interesting work in that regard. Other things that are really changing dramatically are the share of households with children is shrinking. If you look here on the right, you can see the US, right? So this is a national trend. The share of all households that have children is actually a lot smaller than it has been in the past. And then this is true in Orleans, which is on the left. In Jefferson is the next bar, St. Tammany as well. Currently, only 30% of the households in St. Tammany have actual children at home. And this, I think, is important to be aware of because, you know, the media kind of floods us with regular messaging of families with children. That's the advertising we see for all kinds of products, as though our demographics were the same as they were back in the 1960s, but they're definitely not, right? And so being aware that this is changing dramatically, that families with children are not the largest share of the U.S. household type is important, I imagine, for much of the work that y'all might be doing in real estate. And then sort of part of a corollary to this is single person households. Again, it's a national trend. You can see there on the right. Obviously, it's grown a lot in Orleans Parish. There are about 50,000 individuals living alone in Orleans Parish and only about 35,000 households with children. So that's a big difference. But Jefferson Parish, a third of all households are individuals living alone. St. Tammany, a quarter of all households are individuals living alone. A lot of people think, you know, this might be driven by young people getting married later, or older people, you know, the aging baby boomers, maybe individuals being widowed, or but the truth is it actually covers the age spectrum and the income spectrum. So this, as we've looked at breakouts, covers really almost every demographic group you can think of. A lot of it has to do with divorce rates as well. So there's multiple factors, but the number one trend that we're seeing is the fastest growing household type is individuals living alone. Now, I should say that with COVID, this could change. And it'll be really interesting to see data in upcoming years. There's a lot of young adults have moved back in with their parents, even more so than previously, or individuals are moving to be closer to family. There's a lot of movement nationwide because of COVID. And that also, of course, is contributing to some of the real estate trends that have been so strong. These trends about individuals living alone may change in future. It's too soon to tell. It's a very, very strong trend. So we just have to wait and see. Incomes, again, looking at the US on the right, once you factor in inflation, there's been really no increase in median household income since about 2000. So, the Great Recession was really hurt the economy, and obviously we'll see what the outfall of this COVID recession will be over time. So it's not so surprising that incomes across the metro area also have not risen once adjusted for inflation, and in some cases have fallen a bit. These are trends that aren't as optimistic as we would like them to be, but they are some realities of what our economy has produced in the last couple of decades. Access to internet is something useful to point out. I think we all kind of assume, school children can be sent home and do their schoolwork at home, or that workers with jobs amenable to working from home can actually do that. But actually, there's a lot of folks who don't have access to the internet. And cellular is not sufficient for a lot of schoolwork and a lot of job responsibilities. So access to internet is becoming really an essential utility. This is likely to be more and more of a conversation about how our national and perhaps state government can help get more folks access to the internet as this becomes not a luxury, but a utility. And I'm going to shift to COVID for just a few slides here. I want to address some misconceptions. You all probably know this, but just in case, the first COVID deaths in New Orleans happened on March 14th. Keep in mind that means those folks who died of COVID in March actually contracted it in like January and February before we even knew it was in New Orleans, right? So they didn't know that's what they had. There wasn't testing. There certainly weren't good treatments in hospitals. So, but what was stunning is that by March 26th, COVID had killed more New Orleanians than the flu and pneumonia did in the entire year of 2018. So just as to dispel the misconception that this is just another flu, it's definitely not just another flu. And then we have gotten detailed data. We're lucky enough to get detailed data from the coroner. And here what we did was we looked at deaths by race, and we factored out the people in what's called long-term care populations, meaning nursing homes. Even with those people in there, disproportionately in New Orleans, the folks who died of COVID were African American. So while the African American population in New Orleans is about 60%, 59%, 87% of the folks who had died as of June were African American. And we see that this is true as well across age ranks, right? So you see younger folks at the top, older folks at the bottom. And these are rates, death rates per 100,000 people. You can see that Black folks died at much higher rates than white folks did in New Orleans. And, a lot of folks initially said this had to do with underlying health conditions, that Black folks suffered more from the underlying health conditions that are correlated with death from COVID. But what's true here are the four main ones. The differences in the rates at which Black and white folks experience diabetes is not great. White folks actually experience heart disease a little higher than Black folks. High blood pressure is not very different. Obesity is a bit different, but still this does not explain the differences in the COVID death rates. And so what we saw really was looking at who were in a lot of the service sector jobs, as was mentioned in the previous presentation. A lot of the service sector jobs, where people had a lot more exposure to COVID, are filled by people of color. And a lot of them are lower earning jobs. Now that's important because when you think about what happens when you're told, yes, you have COVID, go home, isolate yourself, you don't need to be hospitalized. A lot of lower earning folks live in homes with perhaps just one bathroom, as I'm sure you well know. And that's almost impossible to isolate a sick family member when you're lower income. And we see this more by race, right? So we kind of have a narrative where folks didn't even know what COVID was. When they got it, they were told oftentimes to just go home because they weren't that sick, and they oftentimes were spreading it to family members. We saw about 30 instances in New Orleans where more than one person died of COVID in the same household. This contributed to a lot of the COVID deaths by race. Also, initially, COVID testing was only available via drive-up, but 1 in 5 New Orleans families don't have access to a vehicle. So that's not necessarily a good approach for this demographic makeup of folks. And of course, that shifted relatively early on. The good news is that the number of deaths of COVID have dropped substantially in New Orleans. So the first 3 months, 489 folks died. In the last 4 months, only 47 people have died. That is an amazing decrease. And when we look at the trends across the metro area parishes, we see that since July 1st, the number of deaths in Jefferson and St. Tammany have actually risen faster than in Orleans, right? So I know all the parishes are working hard at containing this, but Orleans has done a little bit better job. And one thing that's worth noting is this data that the Advocate and the Times-Pic published. This looks at the percent of folks who are not wearing masks and the percent that are infected. So in the bottom left, you see Orleans Parish, very few folks, according to a New York Times poll, said they didn't wear masks. In other words, they did wear masks, right? And we had the lowest infection rates during that monthly time period. Yay, St. Tammany and Jefferson, right there next to Orleans, not too far away. And the farther away we go into the rural parishes, we have folks not wearing masks and higher infection rates. What this is yielding, unfortunately, is really death rates that are just climbing rapidly. And you can see these super fast upward trajectories for St. Landry, Cato, Rapides, Calcasieu. So there's definitely a lot of good evidence that mask wearing is protective for yourself and for others, both. So everyone wearing masks is really helpful. It can keep down the pandemic, and we could resume a lot of our normal economic activity if folks are adhering to that well. I don't mean that to be a political statement, it's just a factual one. One thing I also wanted to point out is that, and this is some new data, at first, the share of deaths, COVID deaths among the white population in Louisiana was relatively low at about a third, but now it's over half of all of the deaths. It's grown rapidly. And the most recent data I looked at St. Tammany Parish. Now, disproportionately, the deaths are among the white population in St. Tammany Parish, right? So I showed you Orleans was disproportionately Black folks relative to the Black population. In St. Tammany, it has become disproportionately white folks. So this is a serious disease and definitely something everyone should be concerned about and take precautions around. So I covered a lot about demographics, and I know I tend to speak really fast, but in short, the metro area and the nation are becoming demographically more diverse, and really we need to think about, that the children, those who will support us as we all retire, those who are going to pay into Social Security and Medicare for those of us who might eventually, who hope to soon or in years to come retire, ensuring that they have good education is going to be important, right? And so really thinking, and we know that educational investment correlates with strong educational outcomes. It correlates with strong productivity per worker. It correlates with strong entrepreneurship activity, right? So really, I think there needs to be some new thinking around how do we make sure we're sort of investing in our future by investing in children and workers of color. And then the research is that differential exposure to COVID at work and at home initially really contributed to higher death rates among minorities. But as folks have done better at wearing masks and seeking care early, knowing that the understanding they had the disease and attending to it, that has shifted. New Orleans itself has succeeded and the metro area in general at really slowing the COVID death rate, which is great, likely because of greater understanding about mask wearing and getting access to care as soon as symptoms are felt. So I know I speak really fast, but hopefully that was useful information, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Allison. That was some great information. A couple quick questions. What does the shifts in population that you noted mean for the metro area, and particularly for housing? How do you see that playing out, the demographics playing out, particularly in the housing industry in New Orleans, Metro New Orleans?
I would have said last year that, really thinking more about, individuals living alone, what kind of housing they need would be an important focus. And also, of course, considering, housing options that are suitable for some of our service workers and lower wage workers, because that was a big part of our population. But I think some of these things could really change, and I think the jury's out, right, on whether the early data of the pandemic is really a very notable uptick in moves. Across places like in New York City, we see, and San Francisco, we see rents dropping, and then home prices in the suburbs really going up. How that plays out in New Orleans and the New Orleans area, I haven't seen yet. You all might have a little bit better info on that than me, but it seems like people, disasters accelerate pre-existing trends. And so if you think about whatever trends you were starting to see, I think we were starting to see some reduced investment in sort of the downtown living as some of the millennials were moving into kind of parenthood and interest in suburban lifestyle. That could have accelerated, right? As folks thought, well, that's where I'm going to go eventually. Let's do it now so that I have a yard and I can visit with friends outdoors and that sort of thing. So those are some trends I would be looking for when the data comes out next year.
I was struck by your comment that, given how the breakdown and the demographic breakdown in age of the population could help predict, or you can generally predict what could happen in the future. The comment that the number of children per household are declining. How do you think that will impact our future labor force here in the metro area?
That is a good question, and it'll be interesting to see when you look at age charts, you see a big bump for the baby boomers, and then there's sort of the echo boom, which is really the millennials. Their kids, roughly, are sort of a similar large bump. So the question is whether millennials will have children at the same rates that their parents did. That is still, the jury's kind of out because a lot of them are still in their childbearing years. The point about families with children, meaning that that the baby boom was a time when disproportionately the population of households was made up of homes with children. But now we have a more diverse spectrum of households. So we're not so Ozzie and Harriet as we used to be in terms of, how neighborhoods look. Instead, we have, individuals living alone, couples cohabitating, sometimes multi-generational families. So it's, those are kind of two different questions.
Okay. And I'm not sure you looked at this, but the number of businesses in New Orleans and the number of businesses with employees, particularly during COVID, are we seeing an increase or a decline in the number, particularly small businesses and businesses with employees?
Oh, I haven't looked at the number of businesses with employees in New Orleans. We definitely have seen closures of small businesses in New Orleans and nationwide. As Dr. Sheffrin said, the biggest impacts of COVID are going to be on the employment opportunities for lower skilled workers and low wage workers and small businesses. Small businesses don't have the kind of access to capital that larger businesses, chains or those that access Wall Street have. And so you could see a lot of restaurants, small locally owned restaurants being replaced by chains, that sort of thing. The small business impacts of COVID already are pretty measurable and will continue to be. I think one thing people need to understand about that is that, for example, right now, anybody can get on an airplane and fly anywhere they want in the United States. There's no restrictions. Nobody's put any caps on, airplane travel. But the airplane travel demand is down to about 20% of what it was pre-COVID because people are afraid, right? So even if we lifted all restrictions on restaurants and other such businesses, the demand will be depressed. at those until we really get this pandemic under control. So the pandemic's going to be really hard on small businesses, regardless of what kind of shutdown orders are in place.
There was a question from the audience about average income in households in New Orleans, particularly for those poverty households with poverty or lower income brackets. Are we tracking the U.S. in terms of that, or are we higher or lower in terms of the differential change in income in the households?
You know, we actually do have a larger share of our household distribution that's in the lower income range in New Orleans. Tourism is a sector that generally pays lower wages. Obviously, some folks get tips, but folks like desk clerks who make $9 an hour don't. And we have a disproportionate number of our workers in the tourism sector as compared to other economies. So that ends up pushing the income spectrum down, and we have more folks in the lower income brackets in New Orleans.
Of course, you know, the majority of our audience members are in the real estate business. One question that came up is, has the average age of the person, either single or household, buying real estate today gone up or down?
Boy, that's a great question. You know, I don't know the average age of folks who are actually purchasing real estate. You know, if I had to guess, I'd say that it went up in recent years because people were putting off home buying. You know, people have a lot of student debt in general, which can preclude them from home buying. But you know, the COVID trends may have changed some things in that regard.
Okay. Last questions. I was particularly intrigued by the number of households, roughly 30%, that either have no internet access or only cellular access. What could that mean for the future of New Orleans and its workforce if we don't change that?
Yeah, no, it's a really big issue, and I'm glad you highlighted it. I mean, you know, I think you know, so many of us have internet, and we just take it as for granted. And when you see that 30% don't, you know, there's already some studies that show that, you know, because of online learning in the spring, that there's been big gaps in educational outcome for children in lower income families that didn't have internet, and no surprise, right? And so to the extent that we're still depending on internet for education delivery during the pandemic, then that's going to really be hard on those families that don't have internet. So yeah, I think that really making that a priority in future is going to be critically important for the productivity of our workforce.
And for our digital economy.
Exactly.
Allison,
Yeah.
thank you. That was some great insight into what I would call the genetic code of the DNA of the metropolitan area. We appreciate your presentation. It was very informative. Thank you.
Thank you,
Look forward
Paul.
to seeing you soon.
Great to be here.
Audience,
Thank you.
we are going to a break, and there will be a poll question when we come back.
The Louisiana Commercial Database provides a suite of tools for managing and sharing information, making it easier for all parties involved in Louisiana commercial real estate to connect. For sale, sold, and wanted commercial property listings include industrial, office, shopping center, retail commercial, multifamily, vacant land, hospitality, farm and ranch, special purpose, and business opportunities. With the support of the largest commercial brokerage houses in Louisiana, LACDB provides coverage throughout all of Louisiana, East Texas, and the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Since 2001, we've grown to over 1,400 subscribers, representing over 9,000 active commercial listings and 43,000 completed transactions. Join today at lacdb.com. .
Hi, my name is Rich Stone with NAI Ladder and Bloom in New Orleans. I mostly work with investors and developers in the central core of the city. This is the area of town that's been most impacted by the pandemic. As you might expect, retail and hospitality-related transactions have slowed significantly in this part of town. Investors really don't like uncertainty, so until such time as there are more concrete signs that the pandemic is nearing an end, there's going to be some sluggishness in the number of transactions we can expect to see occurring. But buyers and sellers alike also recognize that this is a temporary predicament. Once we see evidence that we're heading out of the woods with COVID, I fully expect to see a rapid return of buyers and tenants to those areas of our marketplace that have suffered the most in recent months. In 2019, there were almost 20 million visitors to our city. New Orleans is always going to remain a popular destination, and I'm convinced that this business will indeed return.
My name is Mignon Richard from NAI Ladder and Bloom New Orleans, and my focus is retail leasing. I see retail reincarnating in the future, and one trend that will take place is a greater orientation to the car. There will be a shift in restaurants from sit down to take out, pick up, and drive through. Panera, Starbucks, and Chipotle have all come out and said that any new location in the next 5 years will have a drive-through. Retail owners of pad sites and strip centers that can accommodate a drive-through will have highly sought-after retail. But it's safe to say that the one thing certain in the retail market is uncertainty. Here's hoping that 2020 will end soon and 2021 will be a great year.
Hello, my name is Ryan Pierce. I'm with NAI Ladder and Bloom. I'm most active in the medium-sized multifamily arena, that being about 12 units to just under 100. Right now, the market's biggest X factor is the eviction moratorium. That being said, there's still a pretty healthy demand by investors for property, even though credit's tightening. Lenders are pretty much requiring more skin in the game for them to want to lend. And what I've been seeing in some appraisals is that even though there's a lot of landlords are having a dip in collection of rent, they are treating this COVID effect as a market outlier and looking to the historical performance for context on what it'll likely perform in the future. That being said, the general outlook for the COVID effect on multifamily is that it's only temporary, or at least we can hope. Thank you.
This is more than a venue. This is a dream.
Make New Orleans the city that works and works well for everyone.
As the city, state, and nation recover from the COVID-19 pandemic, the Convention Center is committed to working with your small business to restart your growth. This is more than a venue, Louisiana. This is opportunity. Small businesses download the SEB Connect app. Connect with the Memorial Convention Center. Connect to more.
Okay, we're back. There should be a poll question on your screen coming up. So if you would please answer the poll question, that would be great. I think Allison Plyer did a great job of creating context for our next speakers in her coverage of the COVID statistics and all of that. We're kind of shifting to banking and finance. We have two speakers, Joe Uzee, who's Vice President in the Mortgage Division at Gulf Coast Bank, and John Zollinger, who's the Market President for Home Bank. Both of them will talk about banking in the post-COVID environment, which we should all be interested in. So Joe is going to go first. So Joe, come on in, take over.
Thank you, Paul. So the title, I pondered this title, but it was Banking in the Post-COVID Environment. And we are post-COVID, but we're still in the middle of COVID in my world. So we'll talk about what's been going on this year. Specifically, I'm speaking about mortgage lending, right? I'm a banker at Gulf Coast Bank, but I'm a mortgage lender. So everything that I'm going to speak about pertains to you as realtors. So let me advance this slide. There we go. Mortgage lending in 2020. We all know that rates have really plummeted, so that's one thing that's going on. Be aware of the approvals. Self-employed borrowers is very rigorous to get those loans through, and we'll talk about that. But let's just talk about what happened this year in 2020. We are still essential, and we were essential. So let's talk about that. I know we all have some war stories about things that happened. So this is a picture. I had a client relocating to New Orleans from Pennsylvania. So she was under contract. The house was under renovation. So the purchase agreement was written for, I think, about 60 days for the renovation to finish. So this loan closed in April. And that was the beginning of COVID, right? A lot of people weren't traveling. So my client decided, I'm not going to come to New Orleans to close this loan. I am going to do a mail away. So that meant we prepared the documents, sent it to our local title company, and the documents were sent out to be notarized in Pennsylvania. Well, lo and behold, in Pennsylvania, guess what? Real estate was not considered essential. So we had a little bit of an issue. So she went to line up a notary, and that's what she was told. Well, you know, real estate, we can't notarize documents in Pennsylvania. We're not essential. So she called her realtor because she was selling a house in Pennsylvania. It actually already sold, and she said, what do I do? So they called that title company that realtor had a relationship with, and you know, they said, look, let's see if there's a loophole. When was your purchase agreement signed in New Orleans? Well, it was signed in February. So because of the date was pre-COVID, they said, you know what, we'll notarize your documents because you signed that purchase agreement before COVID. The problem was, they said, you know what, you can't close in our office because even though we'll work this out for you, our office is closed. None of our employees can show up to work and they can't witness. So my borrower had to get her mother to drive 20 minutes to meet at a public place. So if you look up top, I don't know if it's on that screen, but the name of this car wash was Spanky's Car Wash. So they actually closed in Pennsylvania in April. You can tell it's cloudy. I think it was in the 40s that day. They signed on the hood of their car, had their masks on, but that's my little war story. So real estate was essential. It still is. So I know we can dispute what's been open as far as football games and restaurants and bar rooms, but our realtors and our lenders, we need to thank our public officials, both local and state, for allowing real estate to be essential. And it should be, because real estate, as we all know, is a driving force in our economy. Technology. You all as realtors have certainly adjusted, right? Virtual real estate tours was a thing at the very beginning. Our Zoom meetings with our teams, with our clients. We had to do the same thing on the mortgage side, right? We were all working out of our houses. We couldn't have clients show up to our offices. Digital solutions. One thing that I want to express, we're always adapting to technology, okay? Before COVID, You all were in the real estate world. We have been in the mortgage world. But COVID made us get on steroids and really fast track it. So one of the things that you'll see coming up, in fact, we just had our first one last week. It's called a hybrid closing. So Louisiana is still not totally e-signing for closings because some documents have to be notarized and signed by an attorney and witnessed. However, all of those forms that you all love as realtors, right, that you complain about at the closings, and I know because I go to my closings or did, you know, with a gift and show up, oh, here's another lender form, here's another lender form. And what, those closings take about 45 minutes to an hour on occasion. And a hybrid closing will allow the closing documents to go out the day before closing. The borrower will be able to sign all of those documents, e-sign them the day before, the morning of, so that when they show up for that closing, they're just signing the 5 or 6 documents that have to be notarized by the attorney. So that closing will be cut down to about 15 minutes, right? So we all love our closings, right? It's been kumbaya moments, gifts, but let's look about time, right? If you're a realtor and you close, let's say 3 transactions a month, right? That's 36 transactions a year. And if you save yourself 36 hours to 40, and some of you realtors close a lot more than that, right? But you've basically given yourself a week back of work, of time. Can't buy time, but this is a way to save time. So technology through COVID has certainly advanced in my opinion. So hybrid closings. Ooh, capacity issues. That's a picture of one of my assistants. Not really, but it could be. What happened in 2020, right? Rates have dropped and have plummeted. Rates have finally stabilized. Our underwriting guidelines are a lot more clearer. We all know that at the beginning of the year, rates went up, they went down, they went up, they went up, they went up, they went down. Guidelines were changing, we were adapting, right? But the mortgage environment, the rate environment has certainly stabilized. Because of that, the industry, we're inundated with loan applications, from refis to purchases. Now I would venture to say that most mortgage lenders are going to put our priority on purchases, and we are at Gulf Coast Bank. I'm sure my competitors are doing the same thing. They're going to close a purchase before we close a refi. But I'll talk about our company. Normally we run about 200 to 300 loan applications at a given time in a normal environment. Right now we topped 800 loan applications a month ago. So we're more than double the volume that we used to. And that's just not at my bank, that's nationwide at all mortgage lenders. We've hired people, but with this industry being so busy, it's hard to hire. You know, people, you can't drag them away from the company where they are because everybody is so busy. So there is capacity issues that are still evolving and is still going on, from the mortgage lenders to your appraisers, to your title companies, to the mortgage servicers. So with that being said, every now and then I'll get a purchase agreement written for 20 days or 25 days, all right? As realtors, just be cognizant of the capacity issues that are out there with our industry. I'm not saying that we can't not close a loan in 20 days, but it better be pristine and crystal clear. So expect, you know, delays and purchases being pushed back. We want to be realistic with our borrowers and you with your buyers or your sellers to let them know that. So wanted to point that out on the capacity. Let's talk about rates. We all know that rates are historically low. I've been doing this for 28 years. They are definitely historically low. I've been in environments where rates were pretty close to this, but they never did last as long as they're lasting, okay? It was maybe a 3-4 month stint, rates were low, and then they went back up again and the refis dried up and we were into purchases. But this slide shows where we are and where we're going, and this is important. Let's look at 2020, quarter 3 and quarter 4. I realize rates are a little bit lower than this. Rates are in the upper 2s, let's say 2.75 to 2.8. This mortgage bankers chart is a national average, so they're showing the rate at like 3% to slightly above, but those rates are below 3. If we look out forward to Q4, where we are right now, they're going to remain there. If we look through 2021, rates are the same as where they are right now. That's a projection, but that's where they're anticipated to stay. If we even look on that last bar, which is 2022, rates are slightly up to maybe 3.5%. So what this means is the rate environment that we're in right now is going to hold. It's going to hold through the rest of this year. It's going to hold through 2021 and into 2022. So if we go down a little bit to your purchases, right? This chart has a lot of different numbers, but I want to focus on the purchases for you as realtors. Q3 and 4, you're looking at over 400 sales transactions in Q3, 380 sales transactions in Q4. This is nationwide. And into 2021, you're looking at a stable 300,000 plus transaction approaching 400,000 in Q3 of next year. So as 2020 dies down, we're approaching 1.4 million transactions. And in 2021, that's actually projected to be at 1.45 million. So you thought you were busy this year. It's going to be just as busy next year and just as busy going into 2022. So that's great news for your industry as a realtor. This is my opinion trending forward. And let's speak about the greater New Orleans area primarily right now. Inventory is tight. We all know that, right? We wish we had more houses to sell. I wish you all had more houses to sell because I have buyers that are pre-qualified. They're ready to buy, right? So in my world, there are buyers that are chomping at the bit because they certainly want to buy a house at a sub 3% interest rate. But the houses just aren't all out there, right? So, you know, if you have that house price right, it's selling pretty quickly. What I have seen over the last 60 days are clients who are actually refinancing and taking money out of their house because they can't find the house that they want to buy and they're renovating it. Okay, so that could be through a cash out refinance, or that might actually be using one of our construction products. I'm also seeing a little bit more purchase renovation loans. Okay, this was very popular several years ago, maybe 8+ years ago. And then we got into that phase with the millennials where they didn't want to work, right? I mean, they're working, but they didn't want to work on a house. They wanted to buy into a move-in, they wanted to buy a move-in ready house. But I'm starting to see a little bit of a trend of buyers that are willing to put a little bit of work into the house if it's not the perfect house. So just be cognizant of that and keep that in mind. So again, if we go back to what happened in 2020, real estate in our state was essential. Technology is certainly advanced. Look out for those hybrid closings, which is going to be a great time saver for closings. Capacity, we still have capacity issues. Rates are still low, they're going to remain low. And just consider those renovation loans. All right, thank you guys. Have a great rest of the day.
Okay, our next speaker is John Zollinger, who is the market president for Home Bank. John, come on in.
Hey, good morning, Paul. Thank you. I appreciate being here today with you guys. I'm going to cover more of the commercial end of the world. I think Joe did a great job, especially talking about interest rates and the future of interest rates. I'm going to touch on that a little bit and probably reaffirm what he told you guys. A little bit about Home Bank real quick. We're a $2.2 billion bank, headquartered in Lafayette. We're publicly traded. And we cover most of South Louisiana and a little bit into Mississippi, and we've got 12 branches in the greater New Orleans area. I wanted to talk a little bit about what happened as COVID began and how banking, as it is essential, shifted, even though we might have closed our lobbies. I think what we saw a real acceleration of the use of online banking and digital banking. And so this is an example of just one thing that happened in our world. 229% increase in online banking transactions, 83% increase on people signing up for bill pay, 483% increase in bill pay transactions, and 17% increase in mobile banking app activity. So people were able to access their accounts and banking, but didn't actually have to come in person. So I think this is a trend that's going to continue. This next slide is something that was done by S&P. They did I can't think of the word right now, but a survey, and I think if you look here, the yellow dots are, is it valued? And so 60% of people valued transferring money between their accounts, and almost 25% increase of people used it during COVID. So obviously this is reaffirms kind of what we're talking about as a shift to digital and online banking. I want to talk a little bit about the economic climate because I think it affects commercial lending and how we view the world. There was a lot of money pumped into the economy by the government. $1.2 trillion in the CARES Act. They're talking now it's between 2 and 3 trillion going in the next wave. Payment deferrals, banks deferred payments, mortgage companies deferred payments. So I don't think we've seen the downturn just yet in credit quality. I don't think people have had a chance to really kind of get to the point where they can't pay their mortgage because their payments were deferred. And also Paycheck Protection Program and unemployment benefits have been pretty stout during this period of time and now are just starting to run out. So I think that's a concern going forward as to how that's going to be. I wanted to show you guys this slide to kind of give you a sense for the amount of liquidity in the market. Banks' balance sheets are getting a lot of cash on them. We have a lot of excess cash at our bank right now. But this gives you kind of some sense of where we were. Back in Too Big to Fail, the Fed's balance sheet rose from around a little over $1 trillion to over $2 trillion. And now it sits above $7 trillion. So the magnitude of difference on those two kind of things that happened to the economy, bad things happened to the economy, shows the magnitude of what's been pumped into the system. The Fed's now buying corporate bonds when before they were only buying treasuries, or even back in here, they started buying some mortgage-backed securities. I show you this to emphasize kind of what Joe was saying, is that I don't see interest rates going up anytime in the future because all of this liquidity has to be absorbed back into the market before they can really start to raise rates. I wanted to show you this slide to give you a sense for where banks and where they think they're going. We've put a lot of money aside for future loan losses in the last 2 quarters, at least at our bank. And the banking industry is doing that in case. So what you're seeing is the yellow line is where loan loss reserves are. And I think, this is indicative of where we think we're going to have more credit problems coming forward, and we're going to have to put more money away for people who can't pay us at some point in time in the future. So, once this starts to decline, if we start to foreclose on real estate and do those kind of things, that drives real estate prices down. I think low interest rates should keep real estate prices up a little bit. So hopefully there's some type of equalizing factor there. So next thing I want to talk about is little areas in which we have some concern, which may make it more difficult for transactions to occur because the financing may or may not be available. Oil and gas is an area in which we have been concerned about for years now. I wanted to just point that out, that not many banks are doing transactions in oil and gas. Tourism and hospitality related businesses are kind of on our watch list. We've gone through our whole portfolios and looked at those and made sure that kind of where we stand. We feel like we're in a pretty good spot so far, but those areas of great concern. The only areas, short-term rentals is something that we have done in the past. I know that's been a hot topic in the commercial real estate market in New Orleans for the last couple of years. And, we are not really doing many new short-term rental transactions. Revenues in those areas we're seeing are getting kind of back to what I'll call break even on the cost basis. We're okay in those transactions so far in that market, but it's not nearly as robust as it was prior. I think for us, we're really concerned about what the visitor count is going to be in New Orleans, and tourism drives a lot of the hospitality business, fly-in and leisure and events especially. So I'd love to know when we think we might get to 10, 12 million visitors again. I don't think our present political environment in the city is conducive right now to trying to open up businesses. And I think that's of great concern to us as well. What to expect in the future in transactions? I think you'd expect commercial real estate lenders to want to take less. We have less an appetite and risk in areas of concern. So those would be back to here, the tourism and hospitality related businesses. Sorry. And then some banks, not ours, but some banks will have what I'll call a strict no-no list. They basically put a box around an industry and said to all of their people, we don't do that right now. We're interested in transactions that make sense, and we're small enough to be able to look at that. So I don't think we're necessarily in that, but we are going to be looking at those types of transactions very carefully. I think you should expect lenders to want more cash equity in a deal, probably lower loan to value, lower that point in which the fixed cost can be covered by revenue, and make sure that the transaction makes sense for the long term and it's not over levered. I think we'll also require more liquidity to be held by the sponsors. We all know cash is king. I think we've seen that on our balance sheet. Most of our clients are sitting on cash, or they're collecting cash and hoarding it right now. I think that's a good thing long term, but at some point, people are going to want to redeploy that cash. And I think real estate is going to be an area in which people will look to invest in. So I think that makes me a little bullish on commercial real estate in the city. Transactions have slowed down, so hopefully that they'll pick up again. And then we're looking for people who have a proven track record and staying power till the market returns. I think this is really important to make sure that you're working with people who have the ability to kind of last through a downturn. So I want to kind of end on a high note, and that's areas of promise. We think affordable housing is an area in which we have a core competency. We've done a good number of transactions over the last couple of years, and we're still, I guess, open for business in that area. We have a couple transactions that we're working on right now with some very good clients, and I see that continuing into the next couple of years. Healthcare is an area that continues to expand. We don't see much contraction in that area. And then owner-occupied commercial real estate is always maybe the lowest risk transactions we do. People don't give up on their place of business very quickly. They need a place to operate out of and generate the revenue for a small business. So it's really important for that. With the advent of online shopping and everything else, we've seen office, warehouse, and distribution be a strong area in the commercial market. So we continue to think that's going to be strong going forward. And residential home building has been robust for the last couple of years. I think we thought there was going to be a lull in that area going forward, but we haven't seen it so far. It's only accelerated. I think we're a community bank. We're continuing to be focused on our community, and we want to make sure that we support small businesses in the area. Here's my contact information. And I basically talked as fast as I could. I probably should have slowed down a little bit, but would love to be open for questions. We have a little bit of time.
Okay, we have a couple questions. I really like the Spanky's car wash story. I'm sure we won't have those in New Orleans, hopefully. And then I guess the second thing is don't be on anybody's no-no list. So
Right.
if you want to get financing, don't be on the no-no list. Joe, we had a question from the audience, and you mentioned that self-employed folks are much harder to underwrite. Could you provide some insight on why that is?
Right, that was a great question. So pre-COVID, let's say where we are right now. Pre-COVID, typically we would need a 1-year tax return, maybe 2, on a self-employed borrower, and then they would provide with us a P&L, provide to us a profit and loss statement, and we'd match that up to the prior year and make sure that income was good. Well, with COVID, the investors, Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, we follow their guidelines. For a self-employed borrower, in addition to the P&L, we require 3 months bank statements, okay, for the business. So we actually have to prove that that business is earning the money, all right? Before we didn't need that, right? Not that we would get a P&L that wasn't factual or true, but what I'm saying is we have to back up that P&L. So if I'm using, $8,000 a month income for a client, then I need to see that in their business bank statement that I'm seeing plus $8,000 going into that business bank statement. So there's a lot more digging, it's a lot more rigorous. So if the self-employed borrower is making money, it's not that much of an issue, but it's rigorous to get them through. The other thing is a lot of self-employed borrowers have taken out PPP loans. We don't count that against them, but they've also taken out some SBA loans. So now we have to dig into that SBA loan that business may have taken out and see how that affects the qualifying.
Good. John, there was a question from the audience about commercial rates. I mean, what do you see happening in commercial rates, loan to values, debt coverage ratios? If you could talk a little bit about that, I think that would be very interesting to the audience.
So sure, I think right now there's always a push and pull against what clients want and what banks are willing to do from an interest rate risk perspective. So we'd like to keep it shorter. Clients obviously would like to go longer at this point in time. So what you're seeing is probably 5-year rates are pretty low. They're in the low to mid 3s. 10-year rates probably getting closer to 4%. So I think that's one thing. Loan to value for us has always been kind of commensurate with the type of property. So for properties that generally don't swing in value as much, we're more than happy to do 80%. For properties that we feel like might have more of a chance of swinging in value because the income approach might generate different values there, we might want to lower that leverage a little bit, get down to 70 or 75%. I think those are probably normal type of terms and conditions that you've seen. There's a lot of banks out there that are really looking to lend money because there's a lot of liquidity out there, and we definitely can't get it in the investment portfolio. Buying treasuries for 50 basis points isn't really cutting it. So we're really interested in lending money. So I think most banks are in that position.
I got a question for both of you. When we talk about how long it takes to do a loan today, what do you see? What would be the average amount of time it would take to get loan approval? Number one, and number two, how long is it taking for an appraisal to be done?
I'll let Joe go first.
I'll speak from the residential side. In the New Orleans GNO area, appraisals have taken a little bit longer. Pre-COVID, we'd get them back in 3 to 4, 5 business days. Sometimes it's taking 7 to 8. I can lend anywhere. I just had a loan close in Florida, and it took them 30 days to get the appraisal back. But in our GNO area, not too much of an issue on appraisal, but the capacity that I spoke to before, to get a loan from start to finish, on a purchase, you're looking at, if the borrower has everything in, you're looking at about 30 days to just get it in through the system because it's in line. We might be running, instead of 48 hours, we might be running 5-7 days behind. Refinances are pushed back further, so you're looking at 45 to 60 days on a refinance.
So with the commercial market, it's a little bit different. Commercial appraisals are taking anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks to get in. I feel like most commercial appraisers they do have capacity. They're not kind of jammed up like the residential appraisers are. For us to get a loan approval is anywhere from a week to 3 weeks, generally, depending on how quickly we can collect all the information and synthesize it and get it back around. But we're in pretty good shape from that perspective.
Almost every speaker that spoke to real estate and inventory has said that we're in a low inventory market and likely to stay that way. One of the things that could change the inventory statistics is the deferrals that you're talking about. So I guess for both of you, when do you see, and it's never a good thing, of course, but when do you see those loan deferrals, foreclosures, what have you, hitting the marketplace in 2021?
So from the residential side, and the realtors may be able to speak better on this, but I don't see a lot of foreclosure issues because rates are so low, people don't want to lose that house per se. We did have forbearance deferrals that were done, but that wasn't negatively impacted on the borrower's credit. Now, when the 6-month deferral period was up, now they have to make the payments. But I haven't seen any indication of that turning into foreclosures, right? I think in New Orleans with low inventory, if that borrower is in trouble, if they had 3 or 4 properties that they were Airbnb and they can't do that anymore, they're going to sell that and they'll sell it. They wouldn't necessarily get foreclosed upon.
Yeah, I agree with that, Paul, in that, the nice part about where we are in the cycle right now is that because interest rates are low and you have a good number of people who still qualify, they can absorb some of that of inventory as it comes on and before it, so if people go to try and sell before they're foreclosed on, if they start to fall behind, I think that's probably what's going to happen first. If this drags on long into next year, I think all bets are off at that point because we're only going to be able to give people so much time to be able to defer their payments, and the interest bill starts to build up to a point where it makes it unsustainable for them to catch up. And then at some point we have to kind of liquidate and get out. So that's a general cycle. We've been asking our regulators to talk to us a little bit more about giving our clients more time, especially those people who were solvent and strong and had good revenue prior to that. And so we're looking for more guidance and support from our regulators around that. And I think that's an area in which we could probably talk to our legislators about.
Just out of curiosity, we talked about appraisals. What are you seeing in terms of appraisals? Are you seeing higher values, lower values, or appraisers being more conservative in the marketplace today? Just out of curiosity.
In the GNO area, I'm not running into too many issues with appraisals, especially on purchases. On refinances, you have the borrower who may think that their house is worth X amount and it really isn't, so that comes out in the appraisal. One thing, and this goes back to maybe the technology part that I spoke about earlier, right? Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have a huge database of transactions that have occurred. So there are times on our loan approvals where we don't even need an appraisal. We get what's called an appraisal waiver. I'm starting to see a few more of those. I don't get them on every deal, and on some deals where I think we should get them, we don't. But the values are holding steady on the residential side.
So Paul, I'm seeing cap rates being, pretty steady. And not really varying that much. But of course, appraisers use past transactions to justify the future. And so we're not really seeing a decline in values. So that's kind of been supported in the values that we've seen come out so far. We've seen appraisers here and there become a little more conservative with certain property types because of the uncertainty of revenues going forward.
What would you suggest or recommend to someone that is in a deferral situation right now? How would you recommend them communicating with their bank if in fact they suspect they may not be able to pay, or at some point they're going to have to pay? What would you recommend to those borrowers today?
On the residential side, it was pretty straightforward on that deferral forbearance, let's call it forbearance process. It was a 6-month period, which is coming to an end right now. So you would contact your servicer, and most people knew what the game plan was going in. Hey, do I it's in forbearance for 6 months, and then do I have to pay all 6 months at the end, or do you spread it out? That game plan was laid out, so most of the borrowers knew what they were getting into. But that's contacting your servicer to see if you're still in trouble today. Then yeah, they're going to have to work out some type of plan going forward. No servicer likes to foreclose. However, as John alluded to, you can only hold on for so long. If you're in that type of situation and you're going to lose your house, then you were in an environment where you can at least sell it right now and break even or make a little bit of money on it before you really got into trouble.
Paul, my recommendation would be to pay the interest, as much of the interest as you can. If you can't pay the whole P&I payment, then pay as much interest as you can, because if you fall behind at some point, you can never catch up. And 6 months of payments is a lot of money for a person to try and catch up. We're allowing them to catch up within a year's period of time if they can. That's our preferred way of handling it. Kind of like do a side note and let them pay what has been deferred over the next year, along with their regular payments. But if you're paying your interest current, then it's going to be really hard for us, especially if we see some light at the end of the tunnel, hard for us to say that you can't make it and move to the next step.
John, you had mentioned in your presentation that you like affordable housing. Clearly, affordable housing is one of the biggest challenges in the city of New Orleans. What kind of what do the affordable housing you're referring to look like, and what kinds of projects you prefer to lend on in that arena?
When I refer to affordable housing, I'm talking about deals that come with tax credits that come from Louisiana Housing Corporation or some type of federal subsidy for tax credits. So 4% bonds or 9% bonds. And generally, those subsidies in a deal make the deal a lot more palatable. It drives down the rents so that people can afford that. So, there's a group of developers in the market that do that kind of thing. They're very experienced, and it's areas in which we've kind of been successful. People who are buying lower priced properties and fixing them up and renting them through Section 8 vouchers or anything else is another area that we do that from time to time and do that area. But those owners and developers really have to be pretty experienced in managing those properties.
John, Joe, thank you. That was some great information. I think the audience, that's very useful information for our audiences. We'll now take a 10-minute break, and we'll see you back in 10.
Greetings from Southwest Louisiana. My name is Andrew Van Cherry. I work for Latter & Bloom in the Southwest Louisiana market, primarily Lake Charles and Sulphur in the industrial and office sectors. And we're about 30 or 35 days after the impacts of Hurricane Laura. It's going to be a tough road here, as about 30 to 40% of our office market is totally offline. The majority of that may not come back in the next 24 months. And then in the industrial sector, we're looking at almost the same kind of outlook. We're going to make the best of it. There's going to be some opportunities for rebuilding, but for the time being, it's kind of a dog show, and we're not looking at the faces, but the back ends. Call us if you need help. Thanks.
I'm Chris Town with NAI Ladder & Bloom here in Baton Rouge. I work in several disciplines, but will speak briefly about the impact of the pandemic on office leasing. The pandemic has disrupted this space significantly, causing sublease space to become a major topic of discussion. That relates to work from home, which is also a great discussion in the C-suites across America. You've heard a lot of discussion about the large tech firms bailing out on the corporate office space, specifically Facebook and Amazon. However, Facebook has just recently purchased the REI headquarters in Bellevue, Washington for $365 million. They've also leased over 700,000 square feet in New York City across from Penn Station. Amazon has done likewise in the Lord & Taylor building in New York City. The work from home phenomena is gaining steam very quickly, thanks in large part to the pandemic. This is going to affect the co-working space. It's going to affect the corporate cultures of major corporations. This effect will happen much more in the major metropolitan areas and also in small to mid-sized markets. According to a recent poll, approximately 30% of the workforce would like to work remote, either full or part-time, and 70% of the workforce would like to return to work either majority time or full-time. A full 44% of that 70 would like to return to work in the office 5 days a week. So these will be interesting calculations for all of us to consider moving forward in the corporate office space. Thank you for your time.
Gulf Coast Bank and Trust is giving our customers the power to bank anywhere 24/7.
It's about doing the right thing for our customers.
And with our mobile banking app, you can make deposits, check balances, transfer money, pay bills, and more. Gulf Coast Bank and Trust, the bank that cares about you.
Okay, we're back. You should have a poll question on your screen right now. If you would, please answer the question. Our next two speakers I think will be very insightful, like the first. Our first speaker is going to be Alejandra Guzman, who is the Vice President of Real Estate and Capital Attraction for New Orleans Business Alliance, and then Walt, who is Senior VP for Strategic Affairs for the New Orleans Company. And the title of this segment is the New Normal in Development, Innovation and Best Practices. So Alejandra, we'll turn it over to you now.
Thank you, Paul, and good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to be here, at least in a virtual format, and hopefully very soon we'll be able to meet in person. So as Paul mentioned, I put together a presentation to go over some innovations and best practices we've created at the New Orleans Business Alliance, given the very unique environment that we're experiencing. So first, I'm going to give you a little bit of an introduction and context of who we are, how we're navigating through the current environment, and a little bit of going through the different issues that are going on in different sectors. Then I'm going to walk you through how we're creating value through real estate, given this very specific circumstance. And lastly, and this is going to be one of my most important points, is how we're using data to create value. And this is something that I'm going to really drill into. We're really relying on data to create solutions and create programs that create value for our community. So to start, we're your economic development partner. We focus on New Orleans Parish, and we follow a holistic model. Now, what this means is that we acknowledge that there's different areas that we need to take care of to actually have a thriving community. We have programs around business attraction and retention, developing the built environment, which is strategic neighborhood development. We also work with talent and workforce development. And of course, we cater to our small businesses, which are a big portion of our business community. And when I say holistic, we recognize that we can't do well in attracting and retaining businesses if we don't have a good prepared workforce. And we can't retain our workforce if we don't have a great built environment. So we acknowledge this and have programs to cater all of this. Now, as far as the current environment, I think that real estate decisions have always been influenced by different areas. And today I'm going to go over certain situations that are going on in the public sector, in the private sector, and of course in consumer behavior, all affecting real estate decisions and also affecting all of the economic development programs that we're developing and continuing at the New Orleans Business Alliance. And to start with the public sector, we all know that whenever there's presidential elections, there's a lot of unknowns, and a lot of the investment decisions are put on hold. This particular year is unique in the sense that we have a lot of polarizing opinions, and we just don't know what we don't know. So what I would focus on and what we're focusing on is evaluating what we do know. And what we do know is that there are specific programs such as opportunity zones that will continue, for one, and two, that have extended their deadline periods, particularly with the opportunity zones. We know now that the deadline has extended, so capital gains will be accepted. Those capital gains before October of 2020, and then the investments can be made until the end of the year. One particular lens through which we're looking at opportunity zones is through the lens of equity, and I'll show you an example in the coming slides. We're making sure that this program is understood by everybody in our community. Another issue that we're observing within the public sector is that there's going to be a need for public-private partnerships for a number of reasons. One, given that a lot of businesses are closing down, there's an expected loss in revenue from taxes for municipalities, and municipalities are going to need additional income to develop the much needed infrastructure in a lot of our communities, and New Orleans is one of them. Connected to real estate, we all know that private investment will be looking for areas that have good amenities, a good public environment, and a good built environment so their investments are safe. So take a look at, that's something that we're going to continue to see. And based out of that, we've also developed a couple of programs that we'll show you in a bit. Now, from the private sector, I mentioned, unfortunately, a lot of businesses have had to close. And from the investment side, we are seeing an urge to support businesses that are in need of cash and that were successful even before COVID. So we're starting to see that urge. An equal urge is from the social aspect. So after the killing of George Floyd, there's been a lot of global protests, and there's been a positive private sector reaction. One example, for instance, there's been a $1 billion pledge from Bank of America to support this type of initiatives. Another great example of this is Jamie Dimon, Chief Executive of JP Morgan Chase, knelt alongside employees in one of their branch visits. Multiple companies have invested big dollars in equity and diversity initiatives. A lot of businesses for the first time have given Juneteenth as a national a holiday for their employees to honor. So there's a lot of narrative around supporting equity, diversity, and inclusion. Now, I do have to say that all of our programs for a long time, even before this narrative evolved, the New Orleans Business Alliance has seen their programs to a lens of equity. And we are happy to see that the narrative is being elevated at a global scale, and there's a lot of businesses taking this very seriously. So in essence, we see an urge in investing in businesses that were successful before COVID and are now in need of cash. And two, there's a lot of awareness and interest from the private sector, from companies and also investors to be involved in businesses that have that social impact and social awareness. And before I continue with other trends in the private sector related to real estate, I do want to acknowledge consumer behavior. This is reflecting a survey that PwC conducted a couple of months ago that show, quite frankly, what most of us already know. Almost half of people surveyed are avoiding leaving their homes. They're working from home partially or entirely, are avoiding public transportation or public events and crowded areas. And more than half of them are social distancing from friends and community, all in the spirit of maintaining a healthy community. Now, what this is creating is new habits. If you're staying significantly more time at home, you're watching other sorts of entertainment or streamlined solutions, you're acquiring more hobbies, cooking more at home, and so on. And what this suggests is that this change in priorities could have long and lasting effects on consumer behavior. Now, going back to the private sector, depending on who you ask, and obviously this should be taken with a grain of salt, they have different opinions of what is happening with this consumer behavior. This it's one of the examples I brought. It came from the ICSC virtual conference in September, so just a couple of weeks ago. And Brian Cornell, board and chairman of Target, he thought that if the current digital trends were going to cause some stores to shrink or close. Now, he responded with the current environment is not going to change their strategies. They've seen that most of their sales have come from physical stores. Although digital has been increasing significantly, they have 10 million new guests that have come to Target.com. Their Q2 stores grew by almost 11%. And they just recently released the 2020 strategy that maintains physical stores. So in short, his answer is, yes, digital is growing, but our physical stores are an important part of our strategy and they are going to continue. Now, what was not part of this interview with ICSC, but has been published in different outlets, is Target's interest to reduce physical footprint in urban areas. So that seems to continue, and we expect to continue to see stores opening up in urban environments in a smaller capacity. If you ask other industry leaders, like Mary Dillon, CEO of Ulta Beauty, in this interview with ICSC, she was obviously very positive in the spirit of maintaining, a positive attitude to what's happening in their industry. But the reality is that they have had to do a lot of changes to accommodate social distancing and maintaining, a good level of comfort from their customers. This particular industry and this particular store is doing other adjustments, such as including other type of services within their store that do not require an online presence. So, for instance, you can't do your makeup online or do your hair online, and they are including those type of services within the store. She does admit that almost 100% of their sales during the last months have been through digital. And the final example I have is what's going on in co-working spaces. And again, take this with a grain of salt. When Sandeep Matrani, CEO and president of WeWork, was interviewed in this particular ICSC virtual conference, he obviously defended the concept of working spaces. Again, the reality is that they have had to adjust their space to maintain social distancing and reduce the amount of people within their working areas. The graphic you see here was taken from CoStar, and it shows how they're including different signals to tell people where they should stand to maintain appropriate social distancing. But going back to the interview, what Sandeep mentioned is that there is a tension between employers and employees, whether they want to use or not a physical space to go and work. So from his perspective, employees are continuing to want their employees more time at the office than not, and employees are wanting to have more time at home than not. So he thinks this is going to be a healthy balance, but again, he's defending obviously his industry. And the question with all of these examples is, what is going to happen with the physical space? And what we do know at this moment is that I think every single industry is reevaluating their physical space and their real estate needs. Now, with what we know right now, we've talked about what's happening in the public sector, what we do know and we don't know. Consumer behavior is changing, and essentially every single industry is reevaluating their real estate needs. So based out of that, I have a couple of best practices that I want to share with you, and I'll bring a couple of examples of how you're using this best practices based on what we do know in specific programming. So we're definitely promoting equity and diversity. We've been doing that for many, many years, and now we've continued to do so, and even more so. We're leveraging specific programs that we know are going to be helpful, like opportunity zones. We're acknowledging the need of public-private partnerships and infrastructure, and we're creating programs to elevate this, awareness and connect investors with opportunities. Definitely connecting with industry leaders. I mentioned ICSC, and I'll drill more into this example of how we've been doing so in the past and how we will continue to do so in the future. And lastly, and most importantly, as I mentioned previously, the use of data. We're really relying on the use of data to analyze consumer behaviors in real time and using this to support our business attraction efforts and support our businesses locally. So going into promoting equity and diversity and leveraging opportunity zones, we've created programs in which we bring information about opportunity zones and experts to our local business community, and we make an intentional effort to include folks in our programs that are diverse, particularly from the Black and Hispanic communities. I'm going to show you a quick video. This is a testimonial from Gerald Batiste. He's an owner of a development company, and he's going to tell you why he thinks this type of programs are important for him. And just to summarize what he's saying and what we've heard from a lot of our participants is that typically when they, first of all, they don't have access to the information. And when they do, it's not in practical terms, and they don't understand how to actually leverage this type of program. So this is just a very quick 1-minute video. Oops, sorry, here it goes again. So this is Gerald Bati's testimony. And again, we do intentional efforts to bring this type of information to everybody in our community. We have other ways to promote equity and diversity, and this is through partnerships. Particularly, we have a partnership with the Urban Land Institute. Every quarter, we host real estate breakfasts, and we make sure that we introduce both speakers and topics that are not commonly introduced within the real estate industry. Our last breakfast, we had Bo Kemp, a partner that we have for opportunity zones and public-private partnerships. And he gave a great overview of the different tools and incentives that can be used in today's environment. We've been going virtual, and we're going to have another event in November. If you want to join us, we will love to have you. Another example of partnerships we've had and where we are very intentional about bringing topics and speakers that bring diversity to the area. You can see here a picture of an event we had with the Aspen Institute. And the topic actually was how to leverage opportunity zones to elevate distressed communities. And we had a really good response from the public as well. Going to the other best practice that I mentioned previously is we do acknowledge the need of public-private partnerships and infrastructure. And to cater this, we are going to host a seminar in the next few days to highlight public investments that are current in New Orleans. And we pretend to match those opportunities with national and local interested are out there. I will emphasize that there will be more need of public-private partnerships and investment in infrastructure, so we can succeed in bringing additional investment from the private side. So again, this is an event that we put together with the Finance Authority of New Orleans and the City of New Orleans. And we're going to talk about investment opportunities, but also other issues like bond issuer presentations, impact investing opportunities, green infrastructure, which is incredibly important for our area, climate resiliency, and we're also going to hold New Orleans Asset virtual tour. So sign up for that or reach out to me for more information if you're interested. In terms of connecting with industry leaders, one of the practices we've been doing for the past few years is attending the ICSE conference in Vegas. With COVID, all of the events have gone virtual. But again, we stay in touch with organizations that are following industry leaders and putting out their information that is relevant for us to understand what trends are going on. And finally, but again, this is one of the most important points that I want to make, is the power of data analytics. In a very unstable environment, all we can rely on is on real-time data. And for this, we have partnered with an organization called Buxton. They're a consumer analytics company that have helped us, even before COVID, put out good reports and analysis on the different trade areas that we want to focus on, so we can make a better pitch on why New Orleans is worth it and why different businesses, particularly real estate businesses and retail businesses, should be moving to New Orleans. We have been able to analyze specific trade areas. In this particular case that I'm showing a trade area for Canal Street and another one for New Orleans East. And for each of the sites, we've been able to identify specific brands that seem to be a good match for our area. With these matches, or for each of these brands, we have very specific information that confirms that those brands will be successful in those specific trade areas beyond demographics. So we have information. So for instance, that states that or compares their brands in similar cities and how well they will fare in a particular site. There's capabilities of creating different reports as well. So for instance, we are able to analyze an area and determine what is their leakage and surplus in different type of stores. And we can even drill into specific areas and create a visitor map. And what this means is that it's actually a geofencing an area. So we have the capability through this tool to geofence an area and figure out specifically who's going to that specific area with very detailed information. So what you're seeing here is an F22 demographic report. It comes from a Mosaic report, which includes more than 70 profiles, depending on consumer habits. And we have information on how typically they will behave, how many kids they typically would have, if they are more likely to adopt technology as an early adapter, as a late adapter, how they consume their information and what's their channel preference. Do they like to receive information by mail or through email or through the radio or TV or so on? And some of their key features, like if they're credit aware, if they're a comfortable spender, if they have active lifestyles, and so on. So it's interesting to see that it's not just demographic that matters to tell a story of a specific area, a commercial area, but most importantly, how consumers behave and what they prefer. And this particular information has been helpful to promote areas that have been disinvested. New Orleans East is one of them. Because if you only look at demographics and income, it tells a very specific story. But if you look at consumer behavior, it's a more compelling story of why a retailer should go into that specific neighborhood. And not only do we understand the consumer behavior, but we can go deeper into household composition, their marriage status, how many children they have, as mentioned before, the head of household age, and so on, income, educational level. And what's next is one of the key features, or the features I think it's most valuable currently. We are able to see the volume of visits to specific areas, geofence areas, what day of the calendar they go the most, and at what time of the day they attend the most. And this is what I was referring to when I said that in very uncertain times, and that what we don't know exactly when consumers are going to feel comfortable going to specific areas, this type of information helps us monitor and dismantle certain beliefs of, people are not going to X or Y. If we monitor and get this real-time information, we can disprove whatever theory is going out there. So instead of just thinking something is happening, we can prove something is or not happening. So to end this presentation, I want to have a call to action. One is really consider equity, diversity, and inclusion in all of your real estate initiatives. I mentioned a couple of programs that are going on and that you're able to attend to support equity and diversity. But also, if you're interested in thinking how you can do it within your own practice, please give me a call and we can have a conversation about that. And the other thing, the use of real-time data to tell the New Orleans story. Now we have access to this tool, but we have the capability to create reports for your different real estate assets. So if you're interested in that, again, give me a call and we can talk about how we can create reports for you. Thank you so much for your time. I hope this was an interesting presentation. This is my email, and feel free to reach out to me with any questions. And I don't know if we have time for Q&A at this moment. If not, I'll stay to the remainder of the presentation with the other speakers so I can address some questions if any. Thank you again.
Thank you, Alejandra. We will do Q&A right after Walt's presentation. So our next presenter is Walt Uzee, Senior VP of the New Orleans & Company. And he will speak to the new shape of hospitality in the Metropolitan New Orleans area. So, Walt.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. And it's great to be with everyone today. And thank you, Alejandra. That was insightful. And obviously, we are working very diligently to utilize the same sort of technologies that you referenced, real-time data and and making sure that we apply evidence and all available data to the decision-making process that we are going through as we work to continue to promote our region as a dynamic place to live and work, and also as a travel destination. New Orleans and Company, as you may know, is the destination management for the city of New Orleans and the greater New Orleans region, whose duty it is to promote and advocate and make sure that our region and our city are understood not only as an amazing place to spend time and to visit, but also to live, work, and play. And so I don't think I need to oversell how traumatic the situation is that we find ourselves in currently in the city of New Orleans and in the state of Louisiana as we continue to battle this pandemic and work through this incredibly challenging public health crisis that has also become and continues to be a serious economic crisis for the city of New Orleans and for how we move forward as a community. I will share some of the data with you so that you can appreciate some of the specifics on what this industry, what hospitality and tourism means for the city of New Orleans, and also talk to you a little bit about how we move forward and how we come out of this. I'm going to walk through this slide presentation with you, and obviously we'll reserve some time for questions and answers. But I think fundamentally it's important to note that tourism and hospitality as an economic engine and driver for our region is absolutely essential. And as we recover from this economic crisis and work as we have for decades to generate a diversified economy, it is going to be imperative that we rebuild the economy that we have so that we can generate the necessary revenues, not just for government to function, but more importantly, to ensure that businesses can operate and sustain themselves, and so that the some 250,000 workers in the tourism and hospitality industry across the state of Louisiana, nearly 100,000 in the New Orleans area alone, continue to have their livelihoods protected and preserved. And we'll dig into some of that as well. But we'll start off by looking at some of the numbers from 2019, which paint some of the pictures. Back in 2019, the city of New Orleans welcomed over 19.75 million visitors, which was an increase year over year of 6.7%. That equates to as a $10.05 billion in direct spending. To put that in perspective, it is $200 million a week on average that gets spent in retail establishments, restaurants, hotels, and other expenditures in our city and in our region. That equates to millions of dollars in revenue to the federal government, to the state government, and to the local government that support things like public education, infrastructure, drainage, sewage, and other important priorities for the people of our community. It also, I think, speaks to the fact that there's this common phrase and this common mentality that we have that the city of New Orleans always historically has punched above its weight class. And a city of 385,000 people that has much more activity and much more and gets much more attention than other similarly situated cities across the nation. Largely that's because 19.75 million people spend their time and money in the city of New Orleans on an annual basis, and they leave behind $10 billion every year over the last several years that we can then invest in our community. Across the state of Louisiana, it equates to about $20 billion in direct spending. Half of that happens in the city of New Orleans. And what that means for your average taxpayer in the state of Louisiana is about $1,100 less in taxes that they pay because those visitors leave behind those tax revenues. And so it's essential not just for the city that we get our economy reestablished, but it's essential for the state of Louisiana that we get our economy moving in the right direction again. Take a look at the hotel occupancy numbers from 2019. This will give you an interesting insight into what we're experiencing. In 2019, group travel, meaning things like meetings and conventions and trade shows and other events that happen both at places like the convention center, but also at hotels across our city, and also in places like the Superdome and the Smoothie King Center, that group travel accounted for about 22% of the hotel occupancy, while 64% was leisure related. The current numbers that we're looking at, as you can see on this chart, are dramatically different than that. 3% coming from group travel, and that's largely from smaller meetings that are happening at hotels across the city. 97% from leisure. I'll tell you why that's really, really important, and it's something to underscore and highlight. Last year, in 2019, though only 22% of the travel was related to group, of the hotel occupancy was related to group travel, nearly half of the revenue was derived from those visitors. So while only 22% of the visitorship was attributable to group travel, nearly $5 billion of the $10 billion expended was associated with that 22% of travelers. And so it is in fact that convention, that meeting, that special event, that group travel that underscores and provides the foundation for the tourism and hospitality economy. Particularly of note is the fact that with nearly 1,400 restaurants in New Orleans prior to COVID's impact, a city of 385,000 people could simply never sustain that level of business. Especially in the downtown and in the warehouse district area, nearly 70% of the revenue generated is from visitorship. And so part of what has classically made New Orleans such a special place from a restaurant and food point of view is driven so much by that visitorship that provides that diversity of access to high quality restaurants for the people of the city of New Orleans and for people that live in our region. And so this is something that we'll have to continue to keep our eye on. It's why it's so important that as we continue to work through the safety protocols and everything else that is associated with our response, that we look at finding ways to ensure that we can demonstrate that the production of events can be done safely, that when utilizing social distancing and mask wearing and other procedures that have been utilized across the community already, and ensuring that we do it in a way that is concerted and planned and well executed, that we can once again begin to have group travel become a major part of the economic driver. And again, also critical to getting people back to work and ensuring that of those 100,000 that we referenced earlier that work in the hospitality and tourism community in New Orleans now, nearly 33% of them continue to be unemployed at this time. And so you'll see on this chart that we're looking at only about 50% of those 1,400 or so restaurants are currently active. Many of our attractions are back online, the World War II Museum, of course, the zoo, the aquarium, and many, many others, obviously operating under restrictions, but operating nonetheless. Again, airport, which is obviously a critical component of how people move in and out of our community, has been dramatically impacted. We're entering such an exciting time where this $2 billion investment into our beautiful new airport that's been globally recognized and that has been received rave reviews across the globe has been devastated by the pandemic. In April, the numbers were truly shocking, down 97% year over year. In May, that improved to them only being 93% down. In June, it went to 83%. In July, 69.3% down. In August, 68% down. And the numbers continue to improve as more and more people embrace traveling. We know this because we continue to look at the data, as Alejandra referenced, and on a daily basis, watching what traveler attitudes are. And it is apparent that attitudes continue to adjust towards people being more and more willing to travel. Some 40% of people have said that they intend to travel in the next few months, and that trip will take place this fall. It's why much of our focus has been on ensuring that we stay apprised of what those attitudes are, and that we market to those people who are open to be marketed, many of whom reside in our very drive radius and in our region, and are interested in coming here to support our attractions, support our restaurants, and support our businesses. And so we continue to look for ways to highlight that. You'll also note this next chart that discusses Port of New Orleans cruise Cruise lines have suspended much of their activity. That had become a major part of our visitorship and travel. New Orleans being one of those places that people actually were departing on cruises, but they were coming several days early and leaving several days later, double dipping on vacations by visiting New Orleans and then going on their cruise and then coming back and spending a few more days in our restaurants and attractions. And so we look forward to a time where we can get back to that safely. Carnival Cruise Lines has said that they will delay all cruises until 2021. Others have said that they would be delayed at least through the month of October, and so we continue to monitor that. The Ernest M. Morial Convention Center has, and you've seen this, it's been reported, they've obviously suffered dramatic losses as well as conventions and meetings of all kinds have postponed their events into 2021 and beyond. And so fortunately for us, and I think fortunately for our region as time plays out, the convention center was in the process of designing and implementing a $557 million master plan to upgrade their facilities. And so with that planning in place and with those dollars in place to make the investment, this creates an opportunity for us to lead among venues across the nation. We can reimagine what it means to be a meeting location and what it means to be a venue that hosts trade shows and events. We can invest in technology. We can upgrade the facility, which for years has been badly in need of it, and we can re-envision the way that the community interacts with the convention center. For too long, it's been a building over on the riverfront that, for many in our community, has just been utilized, as a place for visitors to hold their special events. As we look at it, we can continue to find ways to innovate and engage it directly with our community, and also, as importantly as redesigning and reimagining what it can be. Pressing forward with a significant investment of over $500 million can put people to work and can contribute to the construction economy of our region. Furthermore, there continue to be opportunities, though on pause at the current time, as it relates to the upriver development portion of the convention center in the Lower Garden District and in the vacant area along the riverfront. New ways to supercharge and reinvent what access to the riverfront means. And new ways to design new communities that include workforce housing and that include entertainment spaces and that include attractions that can continue to refresh the experience for people who are visiting our region and serve our community and the people who live in our community better with each passing day. Talk a little bit about some of the marketing tactics that we have. I referenced, the best time to go fishing is when the fish are biting, and that's why it's so important that we stay focused on when people are willing to receive a marketing message that says, come back to New Orleans, come back to our restaurants, come back to our hotels and attractions. That time seems to be approaching with each day, and so we can all stay focused and be hopeful that the trends will continue. For many months, New Orleans and Louisiana were on the forefront of a lot of people's minds nationally as it related to the coronavirus and its impact on communities. I was heartened to see this week with the data that we had coming in that New Orleans and Louisiana are not in the top 10 of states or cities that are noticed by people around the country as a coronavirus hotspot or as a place having trouble. And so that is encouraging. And if we can stay committed to doing what we need to do from a mitigation standpoint, we can hopefully continue to move in the right direction. Our focus, because of the fact that New Orleans and Company, as convention and visitors bureaus and other destination organizations across the state and across the country are funded, that funding largely is derived from hotel occupancy. In New Orleans, most of the funding is actually private in nature and comes from our membership through self-assessments and membership dues. Obviously, those things have been dramatically impacted by a lack of hotel occupancy, which for several months was dramatically reduced. And so we have been focusing on how do we use social media, how do we use our channels and our viewership, how do we keep New Orleans on the top of people's minds so that when they are ready to travel again, they can come back. How do we remind them about our restaurants, about our unique culture, about all the things that make them miss the city of New Orleans. Our editorial team stays focused on working with major publications where we continue to get great recognition, whether it be Forbes or Condé Nast or the other travel literature that is out there. There's almost always something that our team is helping to place in one of these publications. to remind people how special our city is, and to remind them that they can safely partake in the cuisine and in the attractions and in the opportunities that we have that are uniquely ours. We have, over the course of the last several months, we have our annual culinary program that works with restaurants to promote prefix menus and attract visitors from the region to come into and support our restaurants. It was a hugely successful event this year. Again, even given the challenges that we have in this time, we extended it from, in previous years it was 4 weeks. We extended that to 6 weeks this year. And in fact, in the next couple of days, we'll be announcing that there'll be an encore of that. We're currently have also had Restaurant Week in partnership with the Louisiana Restaurant Association. But our restaurants had such a high turnout and visitorship related to this promotion that we decided to continue it and extend it so that people could continue to support our desperately struggling restaurant industry that in many instances have been, many have been forced to close. Others are operating at 25 to 40% of revenue year over year. And so it's incumbent upon us as locals to be able to support those businesses. Again, the focus is on regional, drive market campaign, which we're also in the process of rolling out in coming weeks, because we have identified that those folks are out there waiting to be inspired to come back to New Orleans again. I want to give you a little bit of specific data on things like top line hotel revenue, just so you get a picture of what we're really looking at. Some of the troubling numbers that we've experienced in the last several months anyway. I'll give you just an example of how difficult things are. In 2019, in May, top line revenue at hotels downtown, $125 million. In May of this year, $8.2 million. In June of 2019, $96.4 million of top line revenue. In June of 2020, $5.7 million. In July of 2019, $55.2 million. In July of 2020, $5.4 million. So, just dramatic impacts to the revenue situation. Certainly, we were beginning to see things improve in September and expecting them to continue to improve, although slightly. And then with hurricane damage and destruction across the state, we took in about 12,000 evacuees, and gladly so. Our hotels were thrilled to be able to open up their doors and care for those folks, and we continue to do it. But it has absolutely impacted the ability of them to operate and attract visitorship that would be much welcome under the circumstances. And so, as we roll out these campaigns, I'll share with you a video that we've produced and that is being used for marketing, and then certainly we'll make ourselves available to answer questions that you may have. So with that, I will go to the next slide and hope that everything works with it. No. Sorry, unfortunately we don't have the file for the video, but I promise you that it was beautiful and compelling and inspirational. So we're, again, it has been a tremendously difficult time. I think that people have a renewed sense of the importance of the travel industry and how it impacts our community. We are desperately working with our federal, state, and local partners to ensure that we can get back to functioning in the safest way possible as quickly as possible. Some of that will require major investment from the state and from the federal government. I can tell you just in summary, post-Katrina, about $30 million was invested in Louisiana to market and promote visitorship. It resulted in 15 years of compelling economic growth for the industry and for the city of New Orleans. At this time, there's been no similar investment, but in 12 states, including our nearest neighbors, over $100 million of CARES Act funds have been invested in places like Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, and others to promote visitorship in those states. In order for us to compete and in order for these 35,000 workers to get back to work, we're going to have to find a way to creatively make those investments. And we're committed to continuing to do it as smartly and as effectively as we can, all while promoting safety protocols and and continued efforts for mitigation. So thank you for the opportunity to visit with you, and ready to answer questions if there are any.
Okay, we'll do a couple questions. Walt, I'm going to start with you since you're already on the screen. This morning, Professor Sheffrin from Tulane, who is the economist who spoke, talked about, he called it the differential stress, which could cause structural changes because of the state and local fiscal disruption, meaning disruption of cash flows, sales tax revenues, things like that. Obviously, New Orleans is going to feel some of that stress. So do you see any structural changes that might occur in the tourism or local economy that could allow us to adapt to what's happening right now?
You know, so I think that structurally, what we have is the benefit of the fact that human beings are social by nature, and that people clearly, it being indicated in polling and surveys, people very much desire to once again travel, to once again come together and have experiences, to have live music, to have all of these types of events. There are certainly people who are reticent to do that, but the data all shows that with each passing week, more people want to do it. So what my expectation is sort of in line with what I shared with you about the convention center. It's an opportunity for reinvention. It's an opportunity for thoughtful reflection on what the norm has been and how we can improve it. It's an opportunity, as Alejandra referenced, to focus on diversity and inclusion and to work to ensure that as many people as possible can participate in the pie. But in my mind, it's another opportunity, it's an inflection point for us as a community to recognize diversified economy is crucial to the future well-being of the city of New Orleans and to her people. We've known this for a long time. But we have to implement it. And there are some who think that somehow the tourism and hospitality industry is in competition with that idea. Nothing could be further from the truth. The reality is that our community struggles, even from a hospitality and tourism standpoint, because of the lack of a diversified economy. And so we're interested at New Orleans and Company on doubling down and partnering with NOLA BA and with GNO Inc. and others to ensure that we have a more diversified economy, because what we know is that restaurants and hotels and attractions will all do even better with a bigger pie. And so I think structurally it's another opportunity for a wake-up call. Certainly there'll be adjustments. I think you've already seen many restaurants and hotels adapting to the change. Unfortunately, some of those changes may result in less employment opportunities. They may result in higher wages, and they may result in other benefits to those workers that could be very, very positive in the long term for the economy. However, in the short term, they also may lead to lesser employment numbers because of the lesser economic activity. Those are the kind of things that I think we're most concerned about.
Thank you. Alejandra, I'd like to shift to you for just a minute. You talked this morning, or just in your talk, about two initiatives that you're seeing as a part of what you do at NOLA BA. I think one was the Bank of America initiative, as well as this notion of public-private partnership. For the real estate and development community, how would someone connect to either of those two things in terms of inclusion? So if we're going to include the real estate community, everyone, how would they connect?
Before answering that, I also want to talk a little bit about disruption and how this has an impact in both infrastructure, but also in behavioral and operational processes. I think disruption is something that we definitely have to be comfortable with, because whether it's a virus or it's technology or it's a natural occurrence, we're going to continue to see things that disrupt our programs and our industries. So I think flexibility and being nimble is the name of the game, both in a physical structure. So our spaces need to be flexible, and we also need to be nimble in terms of how we operate. So I wanted to share that. Now, to your question on how individuals in the real estate industry can engage in diversity. I understand that's the question, right?
Or if they're interested in a public-private partnership?
So one, if anybody that's listening is interested in one of our programs, I've sent a link to enroll, for instance, in the investment webinar. You already have that available to share with the public. So that's a way to start from the public-private perspective. Now, from the diversity and equity inclusion, I think there are a couple of things that individuals can do. When I lead discussions around equity and diversity, the first thing that I recommend is take a look at your own biases to really understand how you see the world and how you interpret diversity. And there's a lot of organizations that lead those discussions. There's a group that leads the groundwater discussion precisely to understand structural racism and different historical aspects of our community and our nation that have led us to not favor certain communities, particularly the Black community. So that's one thing that I would recommend. Secondly, I think that anybody that's part of an organization should take a look at their internal policies to see if their workforce represents the community they serve. We live in a community that's more than 70% African American. And when you look at a lot of organizations, particularly in real estate, I can put a bet right now that they're not 80 to 70% African American. So, take a look first at yourself, see your biases, then look at your organization, see who you're employing, and do an active and intentional effort to hire folks that really represent your community. Now, if you're wondering, where do I start? There are organizations like us, NOAA, that can refer you to workforce that represent diversity. The Hispanic Chamber of Commerce could be a great way to connect to individuals that are interested in real estate. The Black Chamber of Commerce as well. The Urban Land Institute. Just now, we have a diversity committee and we're working on a program, the READY program, which intends to prepare individuals from a diverse background, women, minorities, and so on, that are interested in the real estate industry. So there are opportunities to participate there, whether you're a minority and you want to go into the real estate industry, you can be a participant. We're also looking for mentors. And again, there's a lot of organizations that are interested in this work that can help anybody that wants to engage in diversity.
Thank you. Alejandra, Walt, thank you. Great information, great presentation. Alejandra, we're going to put on you sent us a link to the New Orleans Municipal Investor webinar. We're going to put that on the link at the break. So if anybody's interested in that, you can link to that and join that. So again, thank you. All right, audience, we're going to now take a quick break.
We miss you, indeed. We miss you being in New Orleans. We also miss doing what New Orleanians so often do best, welcoming you to our city, telling you about our favorite places, and watching you truly experience the absolute beauty and indescribable magic of this incredibly special place. Everything that you know and love about New Orleans is not only here waiting for you, but it's better than ever. We have been busy getting ready for your arrival and have considered every detail of your visit with world-class dining, a brand new airport, new museums and attractions, and hotels to fit your every need and desire. Our world-class convention center is completing a beautiful new pedestrian park and is beginning renovations to other facilities. We'll even have gumbo on the stove, and our musicians are tuning their instruments. So when it comes time for you to return, we'll welcome you back to our table and celebrate with you our 300-year-old traditions. And we know that you will create new ones along the way.
Good morning, New Orleans.
We love you, New Orleans.
Just know that we're thinking of you here in the Crescent City, and we can't wait to see you soon.
Love New Orleans. When people come, they never leave because we're swinging that way. The sun shines so bright. The breeze is so nice.
Imagine a New Orleans that is growing, the economic heartbeat of the Gulf region. The New Orleans Business Alliance was created 9 years ago to make that future a reality. Since 2010, the city of New Orleans has been synonymous with success. Over these 9 years, the Business Alliance has helped to build a new economic landscape.
There are really two things that provide the framework for successful economic development. The first, business attraction and retention. You have to always retain and see your existing businesses grow. And then you also have to be very competitive for attracting new capital and new investment.
I moved back to New Orleans from Arkansas.
I was living in New York City.
I moved back from San Jose, California. Once I found out that a Tulane would be opening up a new office in New Orleans, I decided to come home and return back to my family.
There are a lot more job opportunities just to even browse and apply to. There's just this new kind of economy on the rise. It feels complete.
The second is small business growth, because in a city that's majority person of color and majority women, you've got to make sure that you get all your players on the field.
New Orleans Business Alliance, they help you get a seat at the table. So it puts everybody in one place so you can meet and create relationships that way. Growth of my company through advocacy has been definitely substantial. We're in 15 different states now. We're definitely growing by leaps and bounds.
This city will achieve enhanced economic security. We get there by making sure that there are jobs that will provide life-sustaining wages for folks. We get there by making sure that there are tools that help our small businesses take that next level in the growth. That's economic development that puts people at the center.
Imagine how economic equity would change New Orleans. Imagine a New Orleans where culture, equity, and prosperity are what we create, protect, build, and grow.
New Orleans Business Alliance, culture, equity, prosperity.
Okay, we're back. You should have a poll question on your screen. We're going to move right into our next speaker, who is Kelly Butler. She is the principal planner for the New Orleans City Planning Commission, and she is going to be talking about the Housing Opportunity Study, which is a very key study that was initiated by Mayor Cantrell, and will deal with the whole issue of affordable housing and other things. So it should be an interesting presentation. Kelly, if you're ready, please take over.
I am. Hello, everybody, and thank you for having me. I'm really excited that the City Planning Commission was invited to participate in this today. I want to thank NOMAR and specifically Katie Wittry, who reached out to the City Planning Commission asking us to participate. So, as Paul said, yes, there will be some Q&A at the end, I believe he did say, or at least they let me know that. So I'm looking forward to that if anybody has questions. I'm also going to leave at the end my contact info if the last slide that I share will show that, so that you can reach out to either me specifically or just the City Planning Commission if you have questions about the study or anything else at City Planning Commission. So this Housing Opportunity Study, as Paul said, was something that was directed by the Mayor of New Orleans for us to consider. The City Planning Commission, for those of you that may not be familiar, probably many of you are, is a recommending body to the City Council, the legislative body, on land use issues. And ultimately then the mayor who signs off on any legislation. So we are an independent body as per the city charter. We do not specifically work for the mayor or the city council or specific developers or neighborhood associations for that matter. We are intended to be independent based on our planning expertise to provide recommendations as stated on land use matters. We are guided by our master plan, which is a 20-year plan creating the vision for the city of New Orleans. This was adopted in 2010 and provides guidance on how land use should be used throughout the city. We are required by law to ensure that our recommendations for land use decisions are in accordance with the master plan. So we don't just get to willy-nilly just makes decisions because we say we're experts. But in addition to that, we also have the comprehensive zoning ordinance, which puts forth the specific regulations for how land is developed in the city. And it includes regulations for specific uses that are allowed, but also, such as residential uses, commercial, when we talk about residential, single family, two family, multifamily, commercial uses, industrial uses, parks and open space areas. But then it also regulates the specific regulations in terms of height and density and things like parking and design standards. Also things maybe not as exciting, but signage. So that is kind of a little bit, a little zoning 101. And I apologize for those of you that are probably more experts than a lot of us. But anyway, so that is who we are. And so being charged with this housing opportunity study came from the mayor of New Orleans, who wanted us to look at ways to remove barriers in the CZO for the development of affordable housing. It's no secret that we are currently living through an unprecedented time, for many of our lifetimes. However, the lack of affordable housing, this isn't new. This started well before the pandemic and has affected residents of all income levels, and will most likely be something that we are going to have to address for quite some time, post-pandemic. So the lack of affordable housing was the impetus for the study. From 2016 to this year, 2020, the city had been working on an inclusionary zoning policy. It took many years, lots of market studies, feasibility studies, really looking at this. And it really did become apparent that this was not going to be the silver bullet that was going to fix our affordable housing crisis. So CPC started having conversation with the mayor's team to talk about other ways that we can address affordable housing in the city of New Orleans. And so about a year ago, the mayor submitted a letter to the commission requesting that the commission conduct this study to look at ways to remove the barriers for affordable housing. And some of you may be familiar, this is not something new. Other cities have been looking at ways to do this. You may have heard about Minneapolis, who has taken an action to remove single family housing districts, or allow in every district, I shouldn't say remove, but allow in every district, 2 or up to 3 units on any lot. The state of Oregon has taken some action. And I'm not saying that these are things that would absolutely be something we would do here in New Orleans, but this is definitely a national conversation. And so the study is going to also incorporate looking at some of these best practices and how they can be used here in New Orleans. So the content of the mayor's letter included several things that the City Planning Commission could and should look at as part of this removal of the barriers in the CZO. So things like placing limitations on the removal of residential units from historic 2-family and multifamily structures. This is, converting properties, to other uses, maybe short-term rentals, or removing changing a double to a single, something along those lines. We've been asked to look at the use of public land. You know, the city has a lot of land that it owns. Are we using this in the right way? Wanting us to adjust the bulk and yard regulations. These are things like, what are the minimum lot area requirements that we require on each lot? How wide should these lots be? How deep should they be? Are these in alignment? Are the setbacks in alignment? So looking at that. Another one that's kind of a hot topic nationally and probably globally is the construction of ADUs, accessory structures. Is this a way that we can incorporate more housing on the land that we have? Would this allow people to, you know, make additional income or provide housing for a family member? What could we do there? Obviously, blight and vacant properties needs to be looked at. This is an area that since Katrina, you know, we've dealt with. How do we handle these vacant and blighted properties in our neighborhoods? And you know, we've also are being tasked with looking at tiny houses. That's kind of a HGTV hot topic, but we have a lot of substandard lots here in the city of New Orleans. Substandard meaning it doesn't currently meet the zoning requirements. And so are there things that we could be doing to, you know, allow somebody to build a smaller house on one of these lots? So that was the impetus and what the mayor required. I should put a little caveat in here. So that's how the study started, what we were asked to look at. We as staff held several community meetings in each council district last fall. We then reached out to stakeholder groups. We met with 80 different stakeholder groups. These included for-profit, nonprofit housing developers. It included city agencies, neighborhood associations. It really kind of encompassed the gambit of anyone who had input on housing. And so we met with these stakeholder groups from November through March of this year, which we all know what happened in March. We all went home. And so we've been working on this, taking that information and putting it together. We also put, before they closed down, boxes in the libraries and the Nord centers, the recreation departments here in the city, to get people's input, those that may not be involved in community meetings, but, you know, wanted to get their input. So, you know, part of our task in this study is having those difficult conversations that are going to probably come out of this study. You know, incorporating the needs and the desires of the people and the families who are not getting the housing that they need or are struggling to pay for the housing that they need for their families. We often talk in planning, and I'm sure many of you have heard, you know, about the cost burden. There are way too many people, over 56% as of 2018, of people in the city of New Orleans that are paying more than 30% of their income towards housing. And this is pre-pandemic. 37 of the renter households paid more than 50%. And so there's documented need here, and it's clearly a crisis that needs to be addressed. So I don't want to lecture. Many of you, I'm sure, have heard this, but something needs to be done, and I think this is the time now. So the Housing Opportunity Study is going to look at things like the historical density of the city. You know, we've become less dense. Obviously, we had a huge storm in 2005 that took away a lot of housing, but that's pretty much a reality of, you know, we've had sprawl. We've had people moving out of the city because they can't afford it. So in doing that, we will look at the historical density of the city. We've been going through all the old zoning codes and just how did we kind of get here? And so part of the study will look at those things. And I, you know, will say that the City Planning Commission is not at, is also at fault for helping create some of these scenarios. It hurts a little bit to say that, but it's, historically we have done things, throughout the city, redlining, we've located housing near environmental hazardous locations. There's been urban renewal. We have the subsidized mortgage and the prime mortgage crises. Those are national housing policies that have affected New Orleans. However, there's been a lot of things that we've done on our own as well in terms of zoning that has led to this and created. So this study, we plan to look at that and to recognize how we got here, and then how do we change that? How do we make sure that going forward? And I'll be honest, even the 2015 zoning ordinance has decreased the density in the city of New Orleans. So we are not completely not at fault here, and are hoping to take a real honest look at this and look at ways that we can remove some of these barriers. So for the study, we are going forward with our guiding principles, which we've created 2 of them. The first guiding principle is that we would create safe, affordable, accessible housing for every citizen as a basic necessity in New Orleans to be successful and economically viable and an equitable city. And in doing that, because we are the City Planning Commission and land use policy is what we work on, and zoning, they recognizing, as I said, that we do have historical legacies of systemic exclusion, especially when it comes to housing. And so we want to look at creating and protecting accessible, affordable housing as a city. So those are our 2 guiding principles. And following that, we have 9 goals that we have created to look at. And so this is when we really get into the nitty gritty of what the study is going to do. So what are we actually talking about? What are those things that we can change in the CZO to help create this? And so one of the things that we want to do is we want to remove unnecessary and exclusionary regulatory impediments to affordable housing. So these, as an example, are things right now we have something going through the process, removing the requirement that existing multifamily structures, and we're talking like the 3 and 4, there are a few anomalies of larger than that, but these are existing structures that have not been able to come back since Katrina because of the zoning change and are just sitting there. And we make property owners go through a long, arduous conditional use process, which is expensive and time consuming and, requires a lot, capital to do this. So we're looking at trying to change that if you have a structure that exists there, and it clearly is and was never a single family home, regardless of whatever the zoning is, that you would be able to put that back into commerce. You wouldn't be able to expand it. You wouldn't be able to add no more units. You could just put it back as what it is. So that's an example of a regulatory impediment. And then we want to permit a broader range of development options. So we are looking at everything, and I don't know how clearly you can see this slide. This comes from our community engagement meetings where we had on a table, we put and we had examples of different housing types and asked people what it is that they would like to see in their neighborhood, what it is, and trying to get away from the conversation of exactly how many dwelling units do we have, per acre, which is often a conversation that we have in zoning, but like really looking at like, would you like this development type in your neighborhood? And it might be a 3 or a 4-plex, or it might be an ADU that somebody be like, I could see that, I would like that. So we want to talk about things like maybe cottage style housing, bungalow housing. I've mentioned tiny homes, ADUs. Right now we allow our 2-family residential districts allow 2-family homes. However, they have to be attached. It either has to be a side-by-side or an up and down double. Well, what would happen if you had an unattached double? It's still the same net number of housing units. However, they aren't attached how they typically are. So those are the types of things that we would like to look at in terms of housing types. But then we want to look at, and I kind of mentioned this before, but identifying different sites, public land acquisition or disposition. That kind of speaks for itself. How do we use not only maybe the city's land, city owned, but looking at the school properties, or working with Hano, who has a lot of properties throughout the city. And we also want to consider transit-oriented development as a affordable housing opportunity. How can we partner with the RTA? How can we partner with these different agencies to create walkable, transit-friendly housing nodes? And then our fourth goal is to protect existing affordable housing. This is, we're an old city. We've got very unique housing types here. How can we help people, one, stay in their homes, but also preserve our neighborhoods when we are incorporating new housing? Also, in preserving affordable housing, that's also looking at the subsidized housing developments. Many of you may be familiar with the American Can situation that happened several years ago, where their LIHTC, their low income housing tax credit, expired and they converted it. Well, how can we as a planning commission be more proactive about identifying those spots and making sure that we are not losing housing that's already existing as we go forward? And then this is a big one that I think developers, number 5, can all, just take in a big breath on in streamlining the regulatory processes. We recognize that it's not always easy going through the permitting process, and we want to do everything we can from the City Planning Commission side and put into the CZO things. This is one of the ones that we heard in the stakeholder meetings a lot, about wanting to, see things, permitting and development is time and money. So we want to work on that. We also want to streamline our subdivision and variance processes. Many times, because they go to different bodies, we have it set up regulatorily that you have to go through one body and then, well, wait, you're not fully approved. You have to go through this other one to get this other thing. So just trying to figure out a way that we can, within the law, do that. Number 6 is working with other agencies. This is kind of, a no-brainer, where we often work in our own silos of things. And so we want to make recommendations about how do we work with these other agencies. That may not be right in City Hall or quasi-public, however it is, but that includes Hano and NORA, the school board I mentioned before, LHC, the Louisiana Housing Commission. So just how do we do that in our CZO? Oftentimes we're an afterthought. The City Planning Commission, after a development, goes through lining up the partners and the financing, and one of the requirements is often that it is in accordance with the zoning, and so they'll have to come through, and it's finding out that the process is going to be 6 months, and then it's unsure. It just needs to be better handled. And so we're going to make recommendations on that. We also want to work on incentives. So number 7 is establishing that. Like I mentioned earlier, we have gone through the process of creating inclusionary zoning. And we've had some traction on one of those particularly, which is our affordable housing plan development. These are all things that offer incentives to developers in exchange for affordable housing of 10 or more units. We want to look at, some of these smaller sites. What can we do to provide an incentive? And so that will be one of our recommendations. And then the last 2 are important, but maybe not as concise in the CZO. We obviously want to create design solutions. We want to make sure that affordable housing developments, particularly the large ones, fit into the neighborhoods and have design that represent either the neighborhood or the city and fits in well. And then the very last one is something that we recognize not only through this study, but through other studies, that a lot of times the people that are represented in the public meetings and in the discussions are not the people who need the housing or are able to come to our meetings. And so we want to make sure that our recommendations include a way for that to happen going forward as well. So that concludes, well, no, it doesn't. I'm sorry, I got ahead of myself. These are the conclusions and the next steps. But so we do have a lot of things in the study that we recognize aren't within our wheelhouse, things such as taxation. Is a big one that keeps coming up. We can't tell the assessors how to tax properties, but we recognize that all of these things work hand in hand and should be considered if we're going to make these other changes. And so we will have a section of recommendations on that. We are hoping to have our key findings and recommendations to present to the commission by the end of this year. I apologize. We've had some hiccups and we've pushed things back some, but this is an important study, and we are much more concerned about getting it right than trying to rush it through. So we are working on it and planning to have recommendations, hopefully to present to the commission by the end of the year. The process for that is this was requested by the mayor, so we would give it back to the mayor. Hopefully the council will also want to take a look at it, and any of the recommendations that we make in there that would require an amendment to the CZO would require that legislation. So the study provides the recommendations, but then we would need the follow-up of the legislation to implement them. So this is the slide where I need to mention. So that concludes my presentation. What I've put up here is all of our contact information. To the City Planning Commission, our website. At the very bottom is my personal email and my direct line. If anybody would like to call and talk any more about this, I could talk about it all day. So please reach out, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Kelly, that was a great presentation. Just had a couple quick questions. What do you think what is the CPC's greatest desired outcome from this study? If you had to pick one, what would it be?
Create more housing units. It's a simple answer. The greatest outcome is that we have housing at all income levels. And so when we talk about affordable housing, people, we think of either subsidized housing or low income housing, but affordable housing is housing for people who can afford housing at their income level. So that means you have, people in the middle range, you have people in the lower income range. What ends up happening is when you have a deficit of the low income housing available, everyone ends up competing for the housing that is available. And obviously those that are at the lower end of that do not have the resources to compete, and they end up struggling more. So the greatest outcome, we were charged, the mayor's letter said, remove the barriers for creating this. So it may not be specifically affordable housing as in terms of subsidized, but creating housing that is affordable to the residents of New Orleans so that they don't have to go other places, or they don't have to, move in with other people and stack housing and share housing, things like that.
I know time is of the essence, and you want to do this as quickly as you can. If this were a perfect world, when do you think the recommendations to first the mayor, then the CPC, could actually be approved? I mean, can you make a guess?
If it was a perfect world, we would present this to the commission at the end of this year. We would enter into next year with the city council and the mayor having the opportunity to digest and look at the recommendations. Realistically, it would take a couple months of conversations, probably explaining what it is. We would like to go back out to the public, so that everybody is aware of this, and have legislation introduced maybe March in a perfect world.
Like you said, we could talk about this all day. I think this is probably one of the most important initiatives by the city, particularly not only to address affordable housing, but to sort of clean up some of the issues in the new CZO as a part of the master plan. Kelly, thank you. That was very, very informative. I appreciate your making the presentation, and we look forward to the follow-up and the public presentation of that study.
Very good.
Audience, thank you, Kelly. We are running about 10 minutes late, so expect for us to run over. And then just be reminded that there will
I'm
be
like,
one
I need to get
final
out of
poll
here.
question
I
when
gotta
we
stop
close.
sharing.
So we're going to go right into our next speaker.
I'm sorry, did I go
Speaker is
over?
Guy Williams,
No,
President and
you-
CEO of Gulf Coast Bank.
You were great.
As
You
usual,
did not go over. They were
most
just- they're
likely be a
eating up
very
time from
interesting
earlier.
presentation.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay.
Guy, come on in.
Yeah, thanks. That was super great. I actually got to pay attention to you, so I.
Oh, good. Good.
Paul,
ready
thank you
to,
very much. It's
build
great
some
to be
tiny
with you and
houses
great
as
to be
well.
with the group. Hopefully next year we'll do this in person. Thank you for hanging in. It's been a very interesting 2 days. But right now, what I'd like you to do is just take a moment. We're going to step away from New Orleans. We're going to step away from real estate, and we're going to go global. We want to look at China. We want to look at where China was, where China is, and what's next, because the story is still being written, and it's something that affects all of us. So, China. Let's start with where China was. This is an amazing story. We're going back to the 60s. China was one of the poorest countries on the face of the earth. One of the lowest gross domestic products per person, really doing just a terrible job. They had suffered through the Cultural Revolution, mass starvation, serious problems. And the Chinese Communist Party got together and thought to themselves, what do we do about where we are? The rest of the world is moving away from us. Prosperity is occurring around the world, but we are really suffering. So how do we go from where we are to where we want to be? And the intriguing thing is, China, when you look at the statistics, did something that is just unprecedented. The key number, when you look at GDP per capita in 1960, in China, it was $92 per person. That's 25 cents a day. Now, what that means is half of the people made less than that. So the Chinese looked at the rest of the world, they looked at the United States, they looked at Europe, and they said, we're really not doing well. What in the world are we going to do? How are we going to feed these people? How are we going to grow and sustain our economy? And their challenge was very rural, very agrarian economy, very few resources, and very low GDP. So the Chinese Communist Party got together and they had a secret session. Now, there are no real secrets. When the FBI arrested Carlos Marcello, they found in his office a sign, and you literally had to bend down to get out of the office. And the sign was above the door, and it said, 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. Well, you can't keep secrets forever. There was a secret Chinese party meeting, and the Chinese party discussed how in the world are we going to succeed as a country? What are we going to do? The rest of the world is accelerating away from us. And what they decided, and it didn't get publicized because they chose not to publicize it, and you'll understand why. What they decided is, we're not going to be communist anymore. We, the Communist Party, are going to abandon communism. The things that were on the table were, how do we make the economy grow? The decision was, we're going to let the markets set prices. We're going to let companies keep profits. The other thing that was on the table was we're going to let people select rulers. they decided to go with 2 out of 3. And the idea was we're going to go to a market economy. We're going to employ capitalism. We're going to let markets set prices, let companies keep profits, but we're going to overlay that with just an old school dictatorship. We're still going to call it the Communist Party, but we're not going to be communist anymore. We're going to abandon communism. And so the Chinese went from a rural agrarian economy to a modern high-tech economy. They grew from one of the poorest countries in the world to the second richest country in the world. And if we go back just a moment to look at that slide, you can see the growth in per capita GDP from $92 to $10,380, we left off at zero, $10,380 per person. There has never been in the history of the world more wealth created for more people faster than what Chinese communists did by deciding not to be communist. So Chinese decided to become capitalist, overlaying a capitalist system with an authoritarian dictatorship. Now that had consequences, but for the people, it was an implied bargain. The implied bargain for the people was, we're not going to worry about the little red book. As long as you let us run things, you're going to get rich. And so that was an implied bargain that people agreed to. The people thought that it made sense, and it did. I mean, if you think of the giant change of standard of living and health and outcomes, far better than what they were faced with. So unprecedented in the history of the world, more wealth created than ever. And what you see is a tremendous accomplishment. Now, it wasn't without pain, and it wasn't without some attendant consequences. And nothing of this scale is accomplished without some outcomes and some unintended consequences. And realistically, in 1990, I actually knew one of them, but it didn't sink in. And you're looking at a crawfish pot and you're thinking, what in the world? Thanksgiving's coming up. Okay, guy, you're getting ready for frying turkeys. Actually, I'm not, because when I fry turkeys, it creates a big mess. So I've moved it from one spot to the other in the yard. And I asked my wife, I said, Dale, where do you want me to fly the turkeys this year? She said, somebody else's house. So one of the problems with frying a turkey is you end up with all this peanut oil. It's hot, it's bulky, it needs to be filtered. Well, the ingenious solution solved by one of our customers here in New Orleans, actually in Lafayette, was a drain at the bottom. And you think, well, that's easy. It's not as easy as you would think, because you have dissimilar metals and they heat and cool at different temperatures. If you don't solve the dissimilar metal problem and the gasketing problem, the turkey fryer leaks. And you can imagine the consequences of hot peanut oil leaking out with a flame underneath. So the first experiments were ugly. Thank goodness they were done outside. But they solved the problem. They got a patent. Everything was great. Shipped the patent, the design to their factory in China, and the knockoffs arrived before their product arrived. So literally they had designed it, they patented it, and the competitor knockoff, using their technology, their design, arrived before their product. So they were beaten to the market. They did what any red-blooded American company would do. They went to their attorney. Their attorney said, what we want you to do is give us $500,000 as a retainer, and we will file a patent infringement suit, and you're going to win. You will win this suit. And our customer said, well, that's great. So then we'll get paid back. They said, oh, no, you won't get paid back. None of our customers have ever been paid back. The government doesn't recognize patent infringement suits. You'll just have the satisfaction of having won. So, well, we've already lost the market share. Giving you $500,000 is not very satisfying. So, well, that's the way the government does business. It's not the way every Chinese person does business, but it's the way the government decided to accelerate and quick start the economy. It's one of the consequences of this rapid redevelopment. And the decision was, you know what? Back in the day, when Americans wanted to make textiles, they stole the textile loom process from the British. Back in the day, when the Europeans wanted silk, they stole silkworms from us, so it's only fair. Its turnaround is fair play. We are not going to respect international law. So a lot of people that saw intellectual property go to China came back out as a Chinese product that they didn't get paid for. It wasn't just turkey fryers. If it was just turkey fryers, okay, no big deal. It extended into high tech. We have the F-35 at the top, Joint Strike Fighter, lots of money involved, lots of investment involved. You have the Chinese knockoff below. Looks pretty darn similar. It should. A Chinese engineer, Steve Ben, who's in jail, arrested, confessed, stole the design. It's easy to make a first-generation fighter when you get all the plans. So skip the development, skip the testing, skip all that painful engineering, and just steal the plans. So what China did is stole the plans. Now they have an F-35. They also stole the plans for the F-22, which is a stealth fighter, and they don't show that around because neither of us like anyone else to see our stealth fighters. But it's a good, quick start way to get your military up to speed. And when you consider where they were and where they are, it really worked effectively. So, other challenge. We have stealing technology. We have not respecting patent rights. Then you have not respecting agreements. This is Hong Kong. China agreed with Hong Kong. This is the Chinese government, not the Chinese people, that one country, two systems. And they said, we will allow you to have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom of association, and your own judicial system. Very important. That's what precipitated the demonstrations. China said, you know, enough is enough. We know we signed the agreement, but we don't care. We're going to now extradite Hong Kong citizens to mainland China. The citizens in Hong Kong have been upset ever since. They've been demonstrating ever since. Unlike our American demonstrators who might get arrested and then get right back out of jail the next night, in China, if you get arrested, you stay in jail. You're really putting your life on the line when you demonstrate for freedom. But the Chinese in Hong Kong said, you agreed to allow us to have freedom in Hong Kong. We're going to protest, we're going to object. And they're protesting to this very day. Very courageous, very inspiring, and so far, very unsuccessful. The government, the Chinese government with a small c, because remember, it's not communist anymore, the authoritarian rulers in Beijing have just said, no, that was an agreement, that was then, this is now, we are not going to honor that agreement. So we move on, South China Sea. Some of you have heard of this as the 9-dash line, some people call it the cow's tongue. This is an imaginary line that the authorities created to take the South China Sea away from all of their neighbors. If you're Vietnam, if you're Malaysia, if you're the Philippines, you're not very happy about this because what China's saying is that all belongs to us. The reason it matters today and the reason we're talking about it is China joined the United Nations Rule of the Sea Convention, and they said maritime disputes will be settled by the United Nations. The United Nations ruled 4 years ago, this is not valid, you do not have all this territory, you cannot occupy it, you cannot deny Vietnam oil rights offshore, you cannot deny the Philippines fishing rights, and the Chinese government said, tough luck. That was the agreement, that's what you said, that's what you wanted us to do, that's what we agreed to do, but we're not going to do it. So it raises the question, when you're dealing with China, when you're dealing with the government of China, what agreements do they have to honor? If they won't honor an agreement with their own people, with the Chinese people, one country, two governments. They agreed to do this. People in Hong Kong are Chinese. If they won't honor an agreement with their neighbors, Vietnam was one of their closest allies, their immediate neighbors. If they won't honor an agreement freely entered into with their neighbors, which agreements will China have to honor? I'm also acutely aware of the challenge of getting China to live up to their responsibilities. After Katrina, I was on the board of Habitat for Humanity. We built hundreds of houses, but they had Chinese drywall. Chinese drywall was made by a company called Taishan. We knew who made it. We knew when it got shipped. We knew what the problem was. We knew where the mine was. We knew that Taishan was owned by the government. We filed suit, and we got nothing. For years, we got nothing. For over a decade, we got nothing. Only last year, after our attorneys were able to tie Taishan to some of the ships that were shipping unrelated cargo and seize them overseas, did China come to the table and repay some of the damages for the Chinese drywall. And if you remember, Chinese drywall ate up the appliances and the electrical fixtures. So if you make an agreement with China, if you're a neighbor, if you're Chinese, if you're a nonprofit, there's no guarantee that China is actually going to do what they've agreed to, even when they enter into an agreement freely of their own accord. Now, none of us in Louisiana were pleased when Missouri did an unbelievable 4-down goal line stand. I mean, son of a gun, LSU Tigers, 1st and goal from the 3. How can we not get across the goal line? So, as mad as we all are, when you step back, you have to say, well, you know, credit to Missouri. They played good football. They stopped us. We didn't gain an inch. 0 for 4. This is one of those credit to China's. It's clever, it's smart, and my hat's off to them. I don't like it, but I have to admire it. And you're thinking, admire what? What I admire is the way the Chinese government has co-opted the movie industry. Most movies don't make any money. There are only a few that make money, the big tentpole movies like Batman and the Avengers. But all movies require a lot of investment. Chinese media companies, at the direction of the Chinese government, have invested in almost every Hollywood studio. And what they have done is, for a relatively cheap cost, just in the millions, which is not much for a multi-trillion-dollar economy, they have gotten an influential veto over what Hollywood produces. And if you're a Hollywood producer, they will tell you that there are 3 T's, and you may not deal with the 3 T's. The 3 T's are Tiananmen, Tibet, and Taiwan. And I'm going to remind you of that in a couple of ways. Do you remember not too long ago how cool it was for Hollywood A-list celebrities to go hang out with the Dalai Lama? When was the last time you saw that? There are no Hollywood A-list celebrities hanging out with the Dalai Lama. They know better. If you cross China, you're in big trouble. Top Gun, great movie. We didn't get to see the next version because of COVID, but it's coming out hopefully Christmas or January. But when you look at Top Gun and you look at the back of Tom Cruise's leather flight jacket, in the original movie and in the trailers, on the back of Tom Cruise's flight jacket were 2 flags, because pilots have flags for the places that they flew, where their aircraft carriers went. There was a Japanese flag and a Taiwan flag. When you see the movie in theaters, Japan and China have disappeared. There is no Taiwan, there is no Japan on Tom Cruise's flight jacket, because the Chinese investors, for just a little bit of money, got veto control over what goes into the media. So, credit to China. Don't like the outcome, but I got to hand it to them. It's an incredibly clever way. You're not going to see Richard Gere or any A-list celebrities hanging out with the Dalai Lama. In fact, the Dalai Lama sort of dropped off the face of the earth. We don't hear much about him anymore because media companies know that's one of the 3 T's. Can't talk about the Dalai Lama because he's from Tibet. Great way to use soft power. Clever, devious, but son of a gun. Hats off. All right, so China has succeeded by becoming capitalist. They have really done a good job. They've created more wealth faster than anyone ever. They've taken more people out of poverty than anyone ever. But China has some problems and some real challenges going forward. And I want to talk about these because they do matter. The end of this story hasn't been written, and it is going to be significant. First is the one-child policy. China bought into the zero population growth myth and the thought that people were a liability as opposed to an asset, and decided they needed to have one child. Well, there is a global prejudice against little girls. I remember when I was a little boy, we attended a missionary presentation, and the missionaries came back, and I was there with my wife and our 2 children, a boy and a girl, and the missionary said, and of course in this country, and I've forgotten which country it was from Southeast Asia, the boys are called the hope of the family. And so of course my son then would tell his sister, Bonnie, I'm the hope of the family. Well, in an agrarian society, in a classic society, little boys were valued, and so because of the one-child policy, China ended up with an awful lot of little boys. If you want to Google how that happened, you can. It's a little grim for an afternoon audience, but China had an awful lot more boys born than the normal population statistics would dictate. In fact, they had 44 million excess boys compared to what you would expect. Now, this has several consequences. The first is you now have 44 million Chinese men who will never, ever get married. Can't happen because there aren't enough women. They do not exist. And single girls from around the world are not saying, you know what, I think I'm going to move to China so I can marry a Chinese man. That's not occurring. So you have 44 million people who will never get married. Most sociologists say that marriage is what stabilizes and civilizes adolescent males. I know in my family, they give my wife Dale credit for turning my life around, and so do I. I don't know where I'd be without my wife, but I wouldn't be the person I am today. I certainly wouldn't have the ambition to build a stable business, to be involved in the community, in my church. Wives make a big difference to men. And there are 44 million men in China that will not get married. Sociologists are studying this because it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to study what happens when you push your population distribution well beyond what's normal. The other thing that this has done is China's working age population, because if you don't get married, you don't have children. I mean, these 44 million guys can decide to identify as female all they want, but they can't have kids. So there are no children. The result is China's birth rate is now 1.7, about the same as most industrialized countries. Replacement is 2.1. China's population peaked 2 years ago. Working age population peaked 3 years ago. China is going to get old without a replacement generation. This is a big demographic challenge. It's something that no one's ever faced on this scale. China's the biggest country to have ever tried this. But it's a real interesting situation. It's a real challenging situation. Demographers and people that deal with this sort of thing are looking at it with great interest because it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to look at something very serious. China has since reversed the one-child policy, but what they found is the women don't want to get married early. They're getting married later, and they're having fewer children, just like the rest of the world. China moved from the agrarian society with many, many children to a very relatively wealthy society, and not surprisingly, behaviors moved just the same way. So just like European women, just like American women, just like prosperous Asian women have decided to marry later and have fewer children, so have Chinese women. So abolishing the one-child policy did not change the demographics. And so the result is a real demographic challenge. It's exacerbated by the fact that China does not have Social Security or a pension scheme. Remember, it was a very, very poor country. 25 cents a day was the GDP back in the 60s. They didn't set up Social Security and pensions. Your pension plan was your children supporting you. Well, now you don't have all those children supporting you. So China's facing the potential of getting old before they get rich. Their GDP is still nowhere near ours per person, and they're now on the backside of the population curve. So as you look at this aging workforce, you think, well, how does the U.S. solve it? We have a 1.7 rate. The U.S. solves it with immigration. And there are a lot of political fights about immigration, but it still goes on, and people from around the world still come to the U.S. So our working age population is still growing because of immigration. absent North Koreans, no one is immigrating to China in any serious numbers, and the North Koreans are typically sent back. So without immigration, China has an aging workforce and faces a real problem demographically. So it's going to be something that's going to be intriguing to look at. It's something that we as a global community want to work together to help them solve, because it's important for all of us, for China to be prosperous and for the global community to be integrated. Now, the danger that we face with China as we go forward is we often underestimate China. And we do this because there's a certain prejudice. And the prejudice is we don't take them seriously. One of the worst things you can do to another person is to not listen to them carefully and not actually understand what they're saying. And what the Chinese have told us, have told the rest of the world, they've told their Congress, and once again, I'm not saying the Chinese people, I'm talking about the Chinese government. Deng Xiaoping said very conclusively, what we're going to do is bide our time and conceal our intentions. So he was taking that very long road. He said, China's getting rich, it's getting successful, nobody's noticing. We're going to bide our time and we're going to hide our intentions. That was the philosophy of the ruling elite. That was the philosophy of the group that ran China. It's a top-down society, so that's what they did. But Chairman Xi has taken a different approach. What he told the 19th Party Congress, and we don't ignore what they say, we take it seriously. We believe him when he says it. He said China has stood up, grown rich, and is becoming strong. We are now in a position to establish a new world order. Well, the problem is that new world order, as dictated by the Chinese, is a little different from that new world order as we conceive it in the West. Our expectation with free trade was we're going to bring the world into a web of connected trade. It's going to make everything better. We will be less likely to have global conflict. Free trade makes both sides richer, and that's been true. From the 60s till now, we've gotten richer and so have the Chinese. We're better because of free trade. But our expectation was that the free trade would be fair and free. The Chinese version of free trade was, in the old days, you cheated us. Now, we're going to do a little bit of cheating to you. We're going to steal intellectual property. The rules are going to be what we say they are. And we're going to create the new world order in the way we want it to be. So what's happening at this moment is countries are waking up. Australia is now facing a real challenge. A few months ago, they said, we want an international investigation of the origin of the virus and when the information was known, when it was spread, when it was shared, and what went on. China was so mad that they have now banned Australian coal imports into China. So there's a cost to disagreeing with China. The Chinese version of the New World Order is you will do things the way we want. Hollywood, you will not talk about the 3 T's. Intellectual property is ours if we take it. Agreements mean what we say they mean. You remember in Alice in Wonderland, the Red Queen said, the laws are what I say they are. They mean what I say they mean. And that's the top-down approach that Chairman Xi would like, is we want things to be the way we say they should be. The dilemma for China is they're on the backside of a demographic curve. If China precipitates a global financial trade crisis, China will be poorer and so will we, but they're starting in a much worse spot. So if you care about the Chinese people, as we do, if you want to see them succeed, we want to talk about a free trade system the way we had intended it to be, the way that it was designed to be in the first place, based upon the rule of law. I was looking at another speaker's notes, and I found something that I think is very helpful. Read that. Honesty is best. What we're looking for is China. Don't steal. keep your promises, honor your contracts. If you do that, we can trade together and things will work. Very simple. Don't steal, keep your promises, honor your contracts. We want the global economic system to work well. We want it to work well for you and for us, but it can't work if you intend to steal intellectual property, if you intend to abuse human rights. So as we talk to elected officials, as we talk to trade delegations, as we talk to people about China, it's important to let people know that we in the free world, stand with the Chinese people. The Chinese people have stood up in Hong Kong and said, we want to have human rights. We stand with the Uyghurs who are being arrested because of their religion. We stand with the people in Hong Kong who are suffering because they have asked the Chinese government to honor the agreement they signed. And we stand with IFIN. IFIN is a Chinese physician in Wuhan who said, we must tell the world that this is an airborne spread virus. IFIN was arrested, died in captivity because he was not authorized to share that with the rest of the world. And finally, we stand with Zhu Zhaowen, professor of constitutional law in Beijing, who was arrested 2 weeks ago because he said, our Constitution says that we have equal rights for all Chinese, but we are not living up to our Constitution. So our challenge as a free country, as free citizens, is to challenge China to live up to their own Constitution. Obey the rules, do the right thing, keep your promise, and remember, honesty is best.
Guy, thank you. That was an interesting presentation, and I guess the rule here is pay attention to China and don't expect the expected, correct? All right, we're now at the time of closing. There will be a poll question on the screen now, so please do that. On behalf of our title sponsor, Gulf Coast Bank, and the boards of CID, NOMAR, LACDB, and LR, we thank you for participating today. We hope that you found the last 2 days informative and insightful, and we'll hope that it will sharpen your focus on what's happening in our market and in your world. Again, don't forget to fill out the poll question. Thank you. Have a great day. Hopefully we'll be live next year, and we'll see you soon.
See you then.